Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be starting a game as Xerxes, King of Kings, and we are going to be playing the very on-theme Persia. Persia represents the very last civ that we have not played in the Ancient Age. So we were planning on doing a, a tier list, but we are going to have to, tomorrow, play Carthage as well. Which is going to be coming out tomorrow, as far as I understand, in terms of Civ 7. Let's just double check the news on Civ 7. But I do believe that coming up next is the release of the additional stuff. Or is that just a balance pass? Bermuda Triangle? Is that not tomorrow? Shoot. I should have double checked my information. I could have sworn that was tomorrow. New Natural Wonder, Bermuda Triangle. Here, let's take a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow before we kind of get into stuff. So, we will get the browser. And that's not the browser we were looking for. So this is the one we were looking for. But we are going to have an update coming out tomorrow, which is going to include new natural wonder to discover, Bermuda Triangle AI adjustments. We'll be able to convert holy cities in exploration age, balance pass on mementos. We do see a metagame that has kind of evolved to only one thing seeing particularly good. And, okay, Crossroads of the World collection, part 1. The first half of the Crossroads of the World will have Carthage in antiquity. So, tomorrow we are going to be playing Carthage. Carthage looks pretty bad, unfortunately, because of Roman propaganda, truly. Let's kind of pull up Carthage and maybe talk about it. We thought about making a video on it, but in terms of this, we do see that Carthage is going to have Phoenician heritage, can only have one city. Towns cannot use convert to city. Currently, as things stand, towns are just mega bad. So, as a result of food not being good and the way food being bad as you stack more and more food into one nation, and so, or one state or one city, and so having a bunch of towns redirecting their food is not going to be useful. So this is actually probably just going to be the stone worst civilization in antiquity, because you categorically cannot upgrade to cities, which allows you to turn your gold into production, which is generally more productive than the gold is, because base cost for all buildings is 4 times as much gold as that is production. And so the fact that towns are transmuting your production into gold and then sending your food to the cities, which have diminishing returns on additional food because of exponential costs, means that Carthage is probably just going to be absolutely terrible, and we're really sad about that. They have they have a civic tree here. They're going to have increased gold towards purchasing naval units, decreased gold maintenance in terms of traditions. They're also going to have their own district or quarter, unique quarter, which is maybe going to be okay. Increased gold towards purchasing buildings on coasts or navigable rivers. This is good, and it pairs quite nicely with their bonus. And so this is at least something in that the Kothan and Dockyard are going to be purchasable in the cities. But here as well, let's continue on. Increased gold from mining towns. This is at least something. I guess we are kind of curious about the percentage. You're probably going to want to make only mining towns and look to pump up food as much, or gold as much as possible. Increase food from fishing or farming towns. Really not going to benefit from pushing food super hard, so you're going to want to actively avoid this. And then increase movement, sip, and sight for the Numidian cavalry. This is kind of whatever. We have this unique quarter coming in, which is going to give increased resource capacity in this settlement. Can only be built in town, or can be built in towns. So this is going to allow you to slot in a lot of your resources still, despite not being city. Persephia. I hope the Ukraine news today is disappointing to you as much as it's to me. I was expecting that very thing, so like it was just a matter of the announcement, but I am upset about it as well. But I've been upset about it for some time now because I was expecting that to come to pass. And any rate, for those of you who don't know, there's not too many people in chat yet. The United States, in terms of executive order, has pulled Ukraine funding. Technically, I don't think that's constitutional because Congress is the one who appropriates and distributes funds, and Congress hasn't changed their opinion on that, but that is the current state of the news. This is something that we were expecting. We're still raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund through our Twitch. If you want to click to the link down below and go to our Twitch, that is where we are doing the fundraising for. The money goes to buy military equipment for people on the front lines, non-lethal military equipment. So no guns and ammo, but stuff like body armor, helmets, meals, this type of thing. But continuing with this, yeah, I mean, I've been having a rough day on like several fronts, so that one's probably the worst. But continuing with this, we have a production base building in the Kothan, which production-based buildings that scale into late age do seem good. Adjacency with coast and navigable rivers. This is a good adjacency. Potential must be built on a coast tile. That is a little bit rough because you can't just settle navigable rivers. But this makes you just settle coast a lot. And you probably transition into Spain really well, which I guess is on theme because Carthage settled Iberia a lot. Dockyard, unique building, gold base. Again, nice to have gold base, production base, not having food base. But food adjacency with resources and district, must be built on a coast tile. Okay, fair enough. And then that's kind of what we have. But you don't really want to settle directly on the coast. You want to settle inland a little bit. Because, again, food is not that great. We get the unique unit colonist, increased embarked movement, a bit interesting, increased population if settled to a resource. Not that good a bonus, considering that the growth for the first several growths the growth rate's really, really fast. We will also have in here associated wonder. Trade routes from the settlement can't be plundered. All tiles in the city that are adjacent to coast and eligible walls receive a wall must be placed adjacent to a coast tile. Overall, this looks like... I mean, we haven't seen the numbers. If the numbers are just absolutely insane, like if this increases the settlement cap by like 3, maybe they'll be okay. Or if, increase gold towards purchasing buildings, if this is more than 50%, if this is like 80% or 75%, maybe you can look to make something work. Specifically, I think it's a slap in the face of... it's a slap in the face of Carthage, but Augustus is probably going to be the best for this. So, jumping back in the game right now, just taking a quick look at the leader that we will get in that... Augustus, if I'm not mistaken, does have the ability to purchase culture buildings in towns. So if you're locked on towns, the more buildings you can purchase in the towns, the better. And he can purchase culture buildings in towns. So we have the feels bad. When is the Carthage Civ coming out? It's coming out tomorrow, which is kind of why we were talking about it. It looks like it's gonna be weak. However, it looks like it's gonna pair well with Augustus, which frankly is insulting. Because Rome destroyed Carthage. Yeah. At any rate, we are going to be playing Xerxes, King of Kings, and we are going to be playing the on-theme decision to go into Persia. We haven't taken that close a look at Persia. They look they look okay-ish. The thing is like, combat in general is not very good early on, but the Paridizea is pretty strong. Doesn't remove warehouse tiles. It gives +1 culture and gold. Does it have an adjacency? It doesn't look like it, but this actually looks like a really solid one. Depending on the cost of it, this is one of the better ones. Certainly better than the ones that give food. So We're going to do that. We're going to do the standard kind of start, which is the food bloom of Groma, giving us an extra expansionist attribute point, and Golden Sapphire Flowers, giving us 100 food in the capital when you spend an attribute point. We will go with that, and then I think we're ready to go here. You know what? Maybe Ibn would be okay with Carthage as well. Now that we're thinking about it a little bit, the extra wildcard attribute points to try and push towns really hard. Probably not. It's probably just Augustus with Carthage. Just trying to think through it. But with what we read on Carthage, run it for balance. Run Hannibal with Rome. Pretty much. Hey, love your spreadsheets. Okay, champ. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. It's a midnight release kind of thing, or the usual standard Steam update time tomorrow, if you know. I think, well, they released their other stuff in Asia time, so maybe it's actually just in a couple hours. Fusion. In either case, we do want to do an antiquity tier list. We've played every civ except for Persia, so we did want to play Persia, and we haven't played Xerxes, King of Kings, so. I think it's a good enough shout here. We're gonna of course play on Deity. We haven't tried Continents. I think Continents Plus, it has all those little islands. Maybe we just don't like those little islands. They force you into like fishing type stuff. I like them. I just hate that the fishing towns suck really hard. I hate more the nature of I think they gotta change the balance on food. Food is just really bad as a yield. And it feels really bad for anyone who wants to play food or has a civ that's like balanced around food or this type of thing. But yeah, I suppose if anyone's refreshing Steam, let me know if Carthage suddenly gets patched. We'll swap to Carthage. I think this is a reroll. We're looking specifically for +2/+2 resources, decent resources on the first city, and we're going to be a little bit aggressive about re-rolling on it. To be fair, like the start being super meta, the food bloom start, because we've put some thought into this with some of the more recent videos we've been working on. This being super meta, in part, is a progress, it's more meta when you are doing rerolls, because if you don't have to suffer like a bad resource start, like this start looks relatively bad on the resources. We do have a few chops in a row or whatever, and a few mines in a row, so it's not like an insanely bad start, but we're just going to reroll it. Your ability to be working resource tiles immediately is a lot more advantageous, you know, with the gaining a 5-pop city really quick. It's a lot more advantageous when you are re-rolling, because we're trying to get like at least 1/2/2 resource available here. So hey, Ultra Weed, forget about Civ, let's drive straight into politics. We gotta wait for Mahmud to come. Start a very provocative question discussion in bad faith, arguing multiple sides all at once. I think we're going to be a lot more aggressive with new, fresh accounts that have never been chatted, and immediately trying to start an argument and take over the chat. This doesn't have a 2/2 resource. Maybe this is okay enough, though. We don't want to kind of reroll all day. Clay Pit's actually pretty nice early on, and we have a lot of mines potential, and the Flat Desert will be good. Culture's kind of okay. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's a bit of a problem. Interestingly, this will be a pretty good Petra city. We start next to a wonder. Didn't even notice that was a Luru. Alright, so we'll save this start, considering we're going to at least take a crack at it. We start on a wonder, so I think that's... We're gonna have to be okay with a wonder here. We're gonna look to, I think, go for the silk first, because the food will be. Or no, wait, no, we're not gonna go for the silk first. I forgot we're blooming. Okay, so we started with this. Now we're going to gain 100 food, and now we're going to have a little bit of a think here. So, in terms of where we're going, we don't really need this immediately. We don't need this immediately. Don't need this immediately. I guess culture is going to be the best thing early on, and we know we don't want to run a ton of farms. So what we could do is we could do expand into this way, and then brick this with a granary, and then expand to work Uluru, something like this. I think we're going to want to work this clay pit relatively early. It does give the most yields, but I think we want... Well, this actually doesn't... We're not experiencing any culture right now. +2 culture on desert terrain in the settlement. Is that all desert terrain? We'll grab this, I guess. And then we will end the turn. Oh man, pulling him out the I'm a Russian propaganda troll after all was quite the all-in. Him pulling that. I'm not sure if I believe it, but he's also been active. I mean, I thought he was like a high schooler or something, but then he's also been active at like time of days where high schooler doesn't make sense. Unless he's like homeschooled. Okay, so now we have Uluru. So does that mean, since it's within the city limits, is it now +2 culture on all this? So we're going to have really explosive culture start. Okay, so this start's going to be a little bit different, but it's probably going to be really strong. We would love production on clay pits and also food on plantations, considering we have a clay pit. We're going to get a plantation reasonably early here. So I think we're going to go mine into this, and we're also going to want a brickyard super early. So I think we're going to just go for a scout here. And then we're going to scout down like this way and up like this way. Aboriginal Persians, I'm all for it. Is that where Uluru, this natural wonder, is? In, well, usually when people say Aborigines, they're referring to Australians, but technically I think the word doesn't require it be Australian Aborigines. Okay, so I think we're gonna go... Oh, bro, this silk's gonna be so good. Okay, so food is going to be a little bit better for us right now at the outset, so we can build here and then eventually brick that tile when we could actually brick that tile right now. Let's break that tile right now because we would rather be working the silk even now that we have some culture production. So we're gonna break that tile and then... Oh, we played ourselves. We're gonna grab this. We played ourselves. We played ourselves, chat. I forgot in order to use this we need to grab this and then break the tile. My sequencing there was off. Uluru is like Central Australia. Interesting, interesting. So this is a point we were making in the Ben Franklin video, that food, when we do the food bloom, is not as strong, but we are going to get to size... We haven't had a lot of food in the capital. We just like only have production, so we're actually not going to hit size 5 when we finish the scout, and this is what we want to do. So we are going to go for the food and production, but this might grow us. I guess we'll see. Yeah, so we do grow to size 5, and so we are going to be able to start working for a settler right away, and then we're going to be able to grab this, which is going to be slot in immediately, and boy oh boy, are we getting a lot of culture here. Quite the interesting start, because we don't have, like, kind of the standard fare of the really good stuff like this, but... We are getting really fast culture. In a way that we're kind of not used to. We would love to be able to work this tile, so as a result, we would also love to be able to grab this, so we're going to do that. Tubman. Alright, we've experimented with just the neutral greetings, and really found that people get aggro with us, generally. And the happy greeting seems kind of the good one. Hugely impressive monolith in the middle of the scrubland desert. Quite the sight. How does the formation of something like that even happen? No! He's gonna ruin it. Or she. She, Tubman, he, the scout. Alright, Alright, so we have that not gonna... We're not gonna be able to saddle the sheep. This is a little bit rough because we actually don't have a good... we don't have a good looking settle at this point. That makes sense to us. We're gonna neutral greet Franklin so that next turn we'll have enough influence to be able to accept one of their endeavors. That is a little bit unfortunate. I don't know where this settler's going, man. I think we send it down here and just hope that it's good. We could check our settler map mode here. I mean, okay, we can think about this. We can think this through a little bit. Here is not terrible. That is going to make these guys angry with us immediately, though. When they're already kind of okay with us, and maybe we want to use the Diplo to help them. I think we're kind of okay getting Diplo, so we'll just accept her missive. We like the additional 2 Diplo, and we're going to get to take a look at our civics. -1 maintenance for units. I think this is a little bit weak. Infantry training is actually probably decent in multiplayer. The problem with going really war-heavy type of thing in single-player, on Deity at least, is the really significant war penalty makes this maybe not so productive. Gold for every town, interesting. The improvement's kind of interesting. The extra settlement limit is nice. And gold for settlements we've captured. Interestingly, I think this is the only one we've seen that has double extra settlement limit. So, we're gonna go mysticism in any case. And we're gonna go classical republic. I'm starting to feel like classical republic's the way to go. We don't need more culture. We have so much culture. This is gratuitous. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to make a decision really shortly, and I don't like that. I wish we didn't. So do all who live to see such runs, but it is not up to us to decide what run we are given. Instead, we must decide with what to do with the run that was given to us. Oh, the truth hurts. I think we'll probably take the production and start on another settler, but cry a little because we don't know where we want to settle. Nothing looks good, man. This looks the least bad, unfortunately. With the understanding that we are dispersing this. But if we want to disperse that, this settles even better because it gets to hit the horses. So with that in mind, because I don't know if we want to disperse them or not, I think we're going to come this way. And I think we're going to actually... We maybe want to make a bit of an adjustment here in that... Okay, this is looking okay. This is looking a little bit better. We're going to come this way. I think next turn we're going to move and then look around. I don't think we are going to... I think we kind of low-key want masonry here. We could go writing. I don't hate writing. We have a nice library location right here between two. Yeah, actually the location of our start just like feels like it bricks a lot of this north in some ways. I mean, I guess we're gonna have a settle here maybe is actually okay. It's gonna hit a lot of resources. That does mean we have to take out these guys to the north. Really just kind of a very awkwardly squeezed start here is this. But we also started next to a wonder. Maybe this is a reroll even. I don't like how squeezed this feels. We're right next to Tubman and Ben. We have like so few settlement spots that are like reasonably close to us, and we're literally gonna upset. No matter where we settle, we're upsetting the city-state. We have a city-state up here, and we have to settle in a way that upsets either Ben Franklin or Tubman. I think this actually might be a guys. It's kind of an interesting one. I mean, maybe we're just supposed to Uber Rumble. I kind of don't like this, though. I mean, it feels very non-standard. I guess we're still getting a hang on what standard is, though. But maybe it plays nicely with the fact that we're Persia and we're supposed to be fighting. I wish we did something else and had a bunch of units. Like, didn't work on the settler. I think that this will be an okay settle, though. At the very least. I don't know, what are you guys thinking? Are you guys feeling... Let's pull the YouTubers. Restart or try to rumble. Because I think we're gonna run into issues here very quickly. This is easily the most cramped start. I think we have had one start that has felt more cramped than this. Just from the outset. Just starting the top of the continent, right adjacent to two other civs, and stuck in the middle with you. I think we'll stockpile. I mean, we do have, to be fair, to the advantages of this, we have 2 iron and our Xerxes bonus, so we will be overcoming 5 of the combat strength disadvantage, but like also like, bro, where are we supposed to settle here? I guess maybe here is okay-ish. Just piss off both Tubman and the other guy right now. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we have like we have relatively poor scouting, but I mean, we assume that this is coming in. We're notably not going 3rd settler, which I think if we were getting like a standard look, we would be going 3rd settler right now. But we don't have space for a 3rd settler. Stay, even if you lose, it'll be interesting. Yeah, I guess I'm not as worried about losing. So if we're not like losing, maybe we're okay, but we're gonna let this stay in the town. The marginal food is gonna be better for growing the town. Oh, we can't. Okay, fine, it goes in the city. Let's see what the... Looks like it's 50-50. I agree that it's more interesting, but I think that... I think for most players this is a restart. To the extent that restarting is a something that that player is doing, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. If you don't want to play this, just read. It feels bad when you have to play out a game that you don't want to play. Being entertaining is something that's important to me. Sometimes you guys like watching me struggle with something. Sometimes you guys don't. It's not exactly a consistent theming. I think we move towards this. I think we do that one, which doesn't scale that well, but staying with tax your mood, then not worth vibe is a huge part of what keeps content interesting. Maybe true. Only 5 votes. I mean, to be fair, we also have the horses too. What type of unit is the immortal? I think it's just our infantryman. Oh, when do we get it? It's locked behind bronze working. Not gonna lie, that feels kind of bad. So we could push more warriors knowing that we could upgrade them eventually. Clear out the settlement to our north, settle to the north.
There is another.
I think this one gives us the most overall resources. It's actually been a while since we've read through all these. Altar receives +1 happiness adjacency for mountains and natural wonders. I think that's weak. Quarters and settlements with an altar. I think that that's overall weak. God of the Sun just generally seems strong. Production on clay pits, mines, and quarries and settlements with an altar warehouse bonus. Stone circles might actually be okay. We don't go it, but that'll give us a lot of production here in the capital. The thing is like, it's specifically that we don't, here we're gonna have woodcutter stuff, here we're gonna have stone stuff as well. I guess maybe stone circles is okay in this instance, because the altar here for stone circles will be really strong. It won't be very strong in the settlement up here, it won't be very strong here, but in the capital it'll also be strong. Restart, so boxed in. Yeah, maybe we restart then. I mean, in terms of the commentary for people talking in the chat, seems to be more towards restart. This does feel super boxed in. I mean, we have an additional settle, like 1 additional settle. That's gonna be okay. We will have a very fast. Here, let's do stone circles, and then just try and think this through whether or not this is a restart from here. We have the wonder. The wonder is like a ton of yields, so that part is good. And we could go discipline relatively early. Get our leader. You know what? This will be a little bit of a different playstyle if we do this. We are very boxed in, though. But I think that we can take this out, settle up here, get the iron. We will have 3 buildings to satisfy our altar up here, actually. Or 3 resource nodes that fit the requirement. Oh, notably here, actually, this settle hits an additional resource in the wine. We'll try for an early war and see how things go, and if they go poorly, we'll restart. I think in general they go poorly because the AI having +8 bonus is really kind of a big deal. We're gonna go for the gypsum as quickly as possible. We're also getting like no goody huts as a consequence of having the civs on the other side of us, or we're gonna be getting way fewer goody huts here because their scouts come down. I think we can actually finish this quarter. We can think of whether or not we want to finish this quarter or go here. Library is going to be really good here. I don't hate finish the quarter. We will have an additional bonus next to the wonder, but I'd rather work this tile next to the wonder. I don't think we're going to be getting to that anytime soon. So I kind of don't hate building here. I'm trying to think if we care about breaking the other science building. No. You know what? I think I like just turning this into a quarter for the extra science and the other stuff. So let's do that. And this extra % culture is going to be pretty nice with us having so much flat culture. Well, I mean, it's Rome. Surely it must be salted and returned to the earth. Rome's going to be really nice, actually. It's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minimum resources. We probably should have opened markets with one of them. I think we have to do this next. Infantry units gain +1 combat strength, so we're going to be up to +4 combat strength. Nice. So we'll get a faster library. We need that library to be able to go for the resource. We'll come back. Gypsum's going to be fantastic here. And we're just going to work our way on over to the sheep as quickly as possible. With the gypsum in the capital is going to give us additional production. 18 production is quite a lot for this phase. Once we get the altar, it'll be even more. Because the altar is giving +3 production. We get Lafayette. We will friendly greet him. And look to fight Tubman and Franklin.
The spoken word conquers all thought.
Here we will heal up. Oh. Oh dear. And then we have the +4 library over here, which is going to play quite nice for us. Really hard to evaluate how good this start is, or if it is good. We'll choose to get the extra Diplo.
The land is always stalking people. The land makes people live right.
I mean, if we restart, though, we want to do it sooner rather than later. Technically, we could try and settle behind enemy lines with that one. I think in general you want to seize the science or culture suzerains first if you're going to seize multiple places, which if you're fighting, it means you're using less Diplo on other stuff. But maybe we just use our Diplo to steal techs overwhelmingly. So we go for Code of Laws, and then this, which allows us to steal stuff. Steal government secrets.
Do nothing which is of no use.
So there's our commander. Look at Code of Laws. We'll heal up. We'll disperse that camp. Would have been really nice to start near cotton instead. We'll coordinated attack on this guy, which will do a ton of damage. Where is the settler settling? Dude, they're forward settling us when we already have no space. Feels bad, man. To be fair, we did settle 2 cities already, and this is their first. This is really the power of that food bloom start, where you just like slingshot against ahead of the AI, like really far ahead. Just gonna kind of keep an eye on that. I think we're gonna coordinate attack here. Wait, what? That guy comes there? It's a weird maneuver. Alright, we have enough to start soozing if we wanted to. I'm not sure we want to sooze these guys, is the issue. I don't think we need military aid from Lafayette, or with Lafayette. We're just gonna peek. I want to keep an eye on that settler. Although, maybe that's silly, because there's not a behavioral change we're gonna make if they move a certain way. And if we're not going to change our behavior, then the information's not useful. Nice. Getting the wool. I'm going to send that to the capital. It gives production. That's our primary line of thinking. What a stinky settlement, man. It's getting 4 resources. I'm gonna work our way towards the silks. Oh, we start with a promotion. I realize. Let's take a look. It is the good one. So there's that. Not sure how we feel about this. Let's start with Xerxes. Oh, we're boxed in. We actually can't get out now. Rip that scout. Let's see if Ben has more cities. Doesn't. And we already have bad attitude with him because he settled close to us. It's weird how that hurts his attitude of us.
The caged bird
I'm just trying to think if we should denounce him.
butterflies with envy.
Almost certainly not, right? What we could do is we could offer open borders and he'll say no. And he'll do this. Oh wait, he said yes. That's not what we wanted. We have a decent amount of mines and quarries. Let's go with this. And then... so we don't... in the aggregate, we don't actually hate granary early on. And we don't have something we really, really want to build. I guess a slinger would be okay here. We're really committing to this military start when we... I think this isn't the way you edge out the AI, because the AI has that +8 combat bonus. You know, independent of other stuff. Ben Franklin's gonna have the hoplite bonus. Thinking I'm not liking the start as the things are developing. Especially with Ben Franklin accepting our agreement. I was assuming he auto-rejects when he doesn't like you a lot already, but I guess that's just not the case. Invades your personal space and blames you, basically. It was a provocation. We provoked him. We were to blame for the forward settle. Iconic Civ franchise experience, basically. The real classic is Gandhi, right? Alright, we have the settler coming out, so we're gonna have a decent settle here. But like what I want to do is I want to make use of Xerxes being able to settle more really quick. And this like as a general metagame, I think going with warriors is just like actually just means your start's really weak. The fact that we built military this early just is an indication that our start was really weak. You think of it if we had built like another settler or two, like instead. You know what I mean? This guy. Terrible settles. This actually only hits 2 resources and is super boxed in. The AI's really bad at settling cities. Oh, now we get a boat. Pain. So this would be the spot. Right here. Reminds me of Civ 5 when AI settles expansion 5 tiles from your cap and then goes, why are you expanding near me? Yeah, they're classic. They like, they handle it bad in like multiple ways though. Do we want to play this out? Another thing is, like, Xerxes specifically doesn't have a unique unit, like, a meaningful unique unit until the next tech, too. And we're gonna have a military disadvantage, and the idea is that we attack... Like, maybe we win just because the AI is bad, but... I don't think I like it, chat. We're gonna save. I think we're gonna We're pretty deep, but I mean we have +1, +2, +3 from us or Xerxes, so total +5. We gotta just take a bunch of Ben Franklin's stinky, poorly settled cities for this to make sense in any way. I think we hate it. I still remember the spite-fueled death wars I'd conduct with Civ 5 over such things. Don't care if I lose as long as they lose harder. I'm having a thought, though. We do, in particular, want to play... Right now, this is the most underplayed guy. And he actually has cards that we want to unlock. We were thinking of doing a run with him. We want to unlock this. Voltaire's Edict. The problem with this guy is, I think his bonus kind of butt. Gain an infantry unit when you construct a culture building. Is the main point. And we can't even pair him with, like, Augustus, because that's 2 leaders. No, the title of the stream is Xerxes. Okay, we're doing Xerxes. Xerxes Persia. That's what we're committed to. Xerxes Persia. Get a decent roll or die trying. We already tolerated having bad resources on the start because we got the Wonder, but I think that the Wonder is not fully offsetting. Next one's gonna be good. I'm getting good vibes. The 13th Fox is sending good vibes. Wait, you're getting new vibes. You're getting good vibes. Then that means we're not receiving good vibes. It's pretty good. 2 +2s. And a... Or +2/+2. And one of the, like, 2/4 ones. All desert. We will have a mine improvement, We'll have Mine into woodcutter. Not too much woodcutter. I think this is good. Okay, okay. Oh, Kurt. And we already kind of know where we're at. So in terms of bricking a tile, this is a tile we're interested to brick. So I think we go for the states first. Granary, brick the tile. Don't actually build a granary because we don't want to. If you let one turn go though, then the granary's like locked in there, so that is something we have to make sure we avoid. Ooh, very nice. Clay pits, double clay pit. I think clay pit's actually better early on. So maybe we should have bricked here actually even. I think we might... I was going to say we're going to do this because it's more yields, but this is just better. We're going to do this. And now we're off to a really good start. We're 8-7. It's going to be extra food resources, but I think that's fine. I think we do want to brickyard again because we're going to do this, the gypsum, this. So I think it's again a pottery start here. But we'll be able to go scout. Vibe exchange, ignoring laws of thermodynamics, receiving good vibes produces good vibes as well, the giving as well. You mean it's not a zero-sum game? Incredible. Oh, this also gives plantations, right? Plus food on plantations, of which we have 2. Yeah, so this is going to be kind of just the way. The vibe. Vibes complete. Cyclone imminent in your area, IRL. The skies just dropped several shades of color. Gonna be an interesting week or so. I do not like how interesting this year has been so far. This is good. 2 turns of happiness for 5 turns of that, I think is worth. And immediately a very good Sue's thing. Now, don't like that we're at the tip of a continent, it appears. We'll scout down and to the right, but, I mean, we're kind of on board with the camels, though. So maybe we don't hate this. We are going to have a settler coming in soon. We're going to move on over towards the mine over there. And we are going to build a settler. We're going to come here and then look around. Decent resources, no goody huts. But I mean, this looks like a solid settle, right? We brick 1 tile or 2 tiles from overlap, but it's clay pit. We're getting another mines, several mines. And this is only with half the picture in terms of what res are there. Cyclone this far south hasn't happened in like 50 years. It's dropping like 2 major cities and a whole lot of flood risk land. Ugh. I read a book on global warming. I'm trying to remember what it said about cyclones. I think it was that it doesn't make them more frequent, it just makes them more intense. I don't recall, obviously.
The river there is like a...
Nice Sue. Might interfere with our settles, though. Now, I'm thinking the settles here. We're gonna get 2 of the wonder tiles, a couple really good adjacencies. This. Okay, this start. We didn't save for this start. No, we didn't save. Not that we've been uploading our start files, but this start looks really good. Now, unfortunately, we're gonna piss off both of these guys. I think we go this. It's gonna take us a while to get to where we're going. General's fan casually losing entire livelihood in chat over here. What? What do you mean? I guess I don't know how serious cyclones end up being most of the time, but my family members who've encountered them have generally been like, unless it, like, it has to go like right over you to like really mess you up, which of course is a possibility, but we'll come to the right because we'll be more likely to want to settle the other side of the wonder after our first settle. It's a shame we're going to antagonize both of these guys. Maybe we could start friending one of them. We're also going to just continue to build new settles. I just assume cyclones were hurricanes. I think a cyclone is like more like a tornado. We can look this up. Meteorology, a cyclone is a large air mass that rotates around a strong center of low atmospheric pressure counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere viewed from above. They're characterized by inward spiraling winds that rotate around a zone of low pressure, so this is similar to hurricanes. It might just be a hurricane if it forms over land. That might actually be the difference. It forms over land. Because it's a tropical storm with atmospheric pressure stuff going on. Okay, well here we see Atlantic hurricane, Pacific typhoon, North Indian cyclone, South Pacific cyclone, Australian region cyclone. So that's just they're all the same type of event, just with different names based on which ocean they're in and which hemisphere they're in. So he must be southern hemisphere, right? That's why it's a cyclone. Disaster awareness stuff for people is like this is pretty well drilled into you. Cyclones are hurricanes more or less. I think hurricane has a high wind speed, higher wind speed starting classification. If it's like this, then it's it has to do with like where it's hitting in northern southern hemisphere. I knew more about the northern hemisphere, the different distinction between a typhoon and a hurricane. Which, like, if it hits Asia, it's a typhoon. If it hits the Americas, it's a hurricane, even though both are Pacific. So, interesting detour. We learned something today. Learning's good. We like learning in general. A lot of city-states around us, man. I think that we're kind of okay with it, but this is just such a good-looking settle. We're going to have to deal with these city-states, I think, sooner rather than later, though. And taking a look here, if we look at the settler map mode, we can settle up here as well. And we can settle... Can we settle on a square where we can get the sheep? It looks like no. Unless I can't count. I can count, and it's no. We could settle here. give 4 resources, notably like an early one of these. Really like how in this game Tundra gives culture, and the biome you roll is not like as determinative of whether or not your run's going to be good. Is it writing again? I think it might be writing again. Notably, good library here. So that is... We will not want to build a brickyard here or something like that. We're going to want to build a library there. We also have a really good library here, but this city, I don't know how it accesses it. Can we actually build around here? It looks like it. I mean, I guess that's eventually what we have to do. We gotta scout the other side of this. We're thinking that our next settle is even on the far side of this, over here. We're a few turns from being able to... Ooh, we do like the camels. We're a few turns from being able to seize one of these guys, which is a bit unfortunate. I think if you're in the process of befriending... just wanted to kind of take a look, see around. Well, I think the presence of the wonder probably makes it so we want to settle close to it. And maybe it's here. This would get to use some of the, I think, the remaining wonder tiles for here. And it would just barely hit the incense, barely hit the camels, and hit whatever's down here. So I guess that's going to be our next settle. Unfortunate is that this is going to piss off both these guys, I think. Yeah, you see how they both got hostile? Really unfortunate in the placement on those guys. So I think we're going to be in a little bit defense mode. But we have a lot more space, so... There's that. And then... Wow. Wowza. Really kind of happy to work this farm. So I think we're going to do that. The gypsum's going to be better overall, but that's a 2-2 tile, man. This tile is going to get to work the sheep as well, so this is perfect. We're gonna regular greeting. Tekum says is gonna get really mad at us because we're gonna be dispersing people. Came here for my 4 a.m. ASMR to put me back to sleep after needing to use the bathroom. You're very welcome, I suppose. We put people to sleep, the truth hurts. Not like this. The sweet nothings of my voice will guide you like a lullaby. I think it's here, but man, are we feeling a little bit uncomfortable regarding the amount of units we have? Oh, this settlement still keeps getting better and better. This is up to 7 resources here when we settle here. Yikes. We can't afford a unit yet. A unit's 120. Or is it? Well, it is 120, but now it's 100, but we still can't afford it. Okay. Eight resource settle, baby. On a navigable river, too. Which, while we don't care that much about that, that is pretty sweet. I mean, they're not a lot of +2/+2 resources, so they could be better resources, but that's still pretty good. I don't think we have... Yeah, we're just going to buy the warrior here. I think that we just kind of have to do this. I think we want the gold right now. And now I think we go brickyard. into military units. So maybe we didn't get a better start than what we had before. But this one feels better. Or like, we think it might not be better, but it like... it doesn't feel as boxed in. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't. We're probably not being senseless. A lot of wind, a lot of water. True. Are you going to befriend science or culture city-state? I think we're going to befriend one of them, yeah. I think this one doesn't have as good resources on it. Or isn't... we know that this one's probably not locking us out of resources. I do think this is one of the better ones, too. But yeah, Tecumseh is going to be mad at us for dispersing the other one, though. Or we're at least dispersing this guy, I guess. We could do the cultural city-state. I think warrior's more valuable right now. Ooh. Didn't notice that earlier. Old World just drops new DLC, just saying. Say we should swap to Old World. We are trying to get some reps in, specifically because we want to have played every single civilization in the Ancient Age after tomorrow, so that tomorrow morning we can stream, we can play Carthage, and then tomorrow evening we can do a tier list including Carthage for all of the for all the civs, and feel reasonably qualified to do the tier list. I think I should have been publishing more videos overall, just in a general sense here, but the real snoozing bit is Civ 7. Find Crisis trying to make it a conversation about politics instead. Classic. Oh no, I think we might lose the scout there. Yeah, I went dumb mode with that. That's my bad. I think we dispersed that guy. Do we have a particularly good city? I guess right here is actually kind of nice. That's going to be quite a few resources. We're going to have decent adjacencies. It's going to be a weird city center if it stretches around to here. But
there is another world, but it is in this one.
I think this is probably, the gold's probably a little bit better. It's kind of like, well, maybe the gold's only better once we have 3 settlements, actually. Overall, our civics seem kind of bad. We could go stone circles again. We have mining, and this has some mining that we can lean into. This is a culture. I think culture and science is probably worth a little bit more than production. Food and gold is worth less. Happiness is probably worth less, and then a production is worth production, obviously. So we would need to hit 4 to 5 production on average for this to be better than God of the Sun. And I think having a diversity of yields in general is probably also better. But I mean, we're gonna hit 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe this is just better. Now, I think we come here, we brick this. Or we can complete on this. What happens if we... Well, I mean, the food's the best it's ever going to be here, but if we brick, then we get to work this, which is going to generate for us a decent chunk of gold, and also we can granary over this. I think the fact that we can immediately get the gypsum is the significant boon here, because that'll represent 4 production and 1 science to us in total. 2 1 off the tile, and then 2 1 and then 2 off the resource. Hey journalist, glad you're enjoying Civ 7. Might have to scoop up this game soon. Just a note, I do think the game is a little bit rough, kind of like to some extent a shell of the game. I do think they're working on it, though. Do we like this in terms of yields right now? Not gonna lie, I think it's the 6 yield tile just to work the tile. Because it also gets us 1 step closer to using the gold. It's pretty nice to be working these. 10% culture when you're in a celebration. We have one of these already. We're going to have more celebrations. I think we're going to take that tile. It's just got very good yields. It brings us 1 step closer to what we're trying to get. I think we do work this. Just an amazing plus or 8 resource city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, just 8. 8 res. Incredible. The question is what we're supposed to move towards first. I think it's almost certainly going to be this grouping of stuff. Problem is we don't have good ways to brick tiles if we go that way. Bricking this would be good. And then we work iron. I mean, we kind of want the sheep, right? Does this make a difference whether we go this tile or this tile? This tile is more flexible if we're getting either of these. But we know we want the sheep next anyways, so it's going to be this no matter what. We're going to do this, go back into the fog, and I think we're going to need assistance before we can go for it. Wanted to make sure you didn't make a mistake this game for having the general seal of approval. A little bit. Me having a lot of fun is different than me thinking that the game is good and endorsing it. I think that ultimately, like, the fact that it feels very, very easy to stomp out the AI is, like, a very significant negative. Wow, is there just not a way around these guys? We're gonna do one of those looks. But like it looks like we might have to go around through here at this gap. There we go. That's what we wanted, for us to be on full life, for him to walk forward, and us to get to whack him before he could throw stones at us. We are going for this, which I think will make it so that we can kind of take that in the north. Camps and woodcutters. I don't think we have a lot of these. I don't think we have that many pastures at this point yet either. We're gonna get one there. This is a camp on the camels. These are plantations. So I think it might be actually sailing. Because that's gonna allow us to break this tile with a key. And get after these sheep a little bit faster. But maybe we just actually want to get towards masonry and irrigation for the extra settles. In which case, this is the choice, and being able to build a slinger would be nice as well. Getting Grand Canyon, a new city, means more science yields too. For the price, it has to be more than just fun enough. From what I've seen, I'd have as much fun from an indie game for the fraction of the price. Happy to watch others play it though. Yeah, I think that it's not worth $70. Hopefully this guy doesn't wax us. But if in your head you're like, oh, I'm getting this anyways, then I mean, I guess. We're gonna have a very nice library here. On this altar. It's gonna finish a quarter next to the capital, which is gonna give us +1/+1. We'll heal up. We're coming up on these guys. I don't think they're blocking a good settle here, but we, I guess, would have to see it to know. Sheep are going to come up next. I think we'll take a nice little roll for us, I guess. We'll take the Codex. It's a little bit tempting to get the Diplo, because I think we're going to Suze these guys too. But with that coming in... Well, now this is a 3-1-2 tile. Where's our jug go? There it is. Wait, is this also giving us +2 science and everything? On all flat terrain? Bro. That's insane. I realized that was what's going on, because I can't read. So both of these are gonna have Grand Canyon.
Watches butterflies.
It's 70, not even 60. That's actually a little disrespectful, to be honest. I think it's 70. We can double check. Yeah,
Each layer
$69.99.
of history.
It is $70, yeah. So we're gonna have our first guy we're gonna rumble with, Tecumseh. He's doing the denouncing for us. So we're gonna have a decent chunk of mines, or we have a decent chunk of mines. I think this is probably okay considering we're not yet ready to build another settler right now anyways. Let's heal this guy and heal the other guy. But we're one turn away from maybe befriending this guy. Or sorry, 1.5 turns. We can count.
Do nothing which is of no use.
We'll do this and then heal up. I think he heals up at a decent enough clip that that doesn't actually do anything for us, actually. I think we're gonna go for mastery on this. And also allow us to do merchants. Saw pit's not looking too great. I think settler's okay here. It's either settler or great steel. Or granary even. Granary has the nice advantage of completing this district. So the extra science and the culture. And the food is like, we're not so big that the food's actually not that great. The food's kind of okay right now. And I think our settler gets there a little bit too fast if we build a settler. And the important thing, or one of the important features of a granary, is that even though food falls off, the granary has no upkeep. If it was a garden, we wouldn't take one for free, but it's 112 Australia dollars, which is higher than the pure exchange rate. And even if we're a perfect match for the exchange rate, it's out of touch with the economic climate in Australia. People be struggling. Damn dog. You know what's I think I've bought not a whole lot of stuff from Australia, but a lot of Lord of the Rings miniatures. You know, the Games Workshop games, so like 40k, but Lord of the Rings. A lot of the used ones, back when I was trying to acquire a lot of them, actually came from Australia. And the shipping was so much, but they were really cheap if you bought them from Australia, such that like I bought like a decent amount from Australia specifically. We don't need the camels yet. But how long do we have on another growth? We have 30 turns on another growth. I think that there's a decent chance in the next 30 turns we will need the camels. So even though the camels aren't needed currently, I think that it's a good shout for us to go for the camels. Although we did not, we kind of low-rolled the amount of resources. Nobody saw that. My bad, chat. I thought that he wasn't. I thought he was attacking our guy, not the city.
They will come from every corner.
Nobody saw that.
to pledge their strength and
So far, really not liking Persia, though. We have to get to this, because this is going to be the crux of if something's reasonable, but the just +1 culture and +1 gold in an eternal type of way without really having advantages that scale that well, just like feels kind of bad. Guess we gotta come here. That's a case of the whoopsie. Like, okay, so what do we have? What are we really getting off of Persia specifically? And it just feels so like inconsequential. We have a unique that heals a little bit after defeating an enemy unit. Okay. Extra combat strength when attacking. Oh, we have +6 combat strength. I can't read. We have extra combat strength when attacking and extra attacking in neutral or enemy territory, so total +6, so we can kind of overcome. Maybe we should have just played the other one. I didn't realize we had 2 +3 bonuses. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of extra combat strength. Our commander's kind of whatever, and this is kind of not the best, and then we... This just feels worse than some of the other ones, that, like, there also seems to be a decent advantage. Overall, this Civ just seems, like, really kind of weak. 40k is pretty popular amongst your mates. Never touched the Lord of the Rings stuff, though. Looked equally cool, though. I'm a huge sucker for... I don't even know if it's a sucker for Lord of the Rings, like... movies as much as I like the memes, dog. S'il vous plaît. Indeed. We'll do a friendly greeting for him. So now we go settler. Well, to be fair, combat bonuses are either not good or like they either incentivize like a different play pattern of going for combat or they don't. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of binary. So, with that in mind, maybe we're just not evaluating it right. It seems like if you're going for war, though, that someone like Rome or, like, Lafayette is just going to be better than, like, what's attractive about Xerxes is the settlement limit here. He gets a settlement limit per age, and he also gets stuff for capturing a settlement, but I think it's, like, I don't know. I think that's kind of maybe not so good. Maybe it's okay. Since this gives production, we'll slot it into the capital. Incidentally, though, food is going to be good in towns that are growing, as they will be able to grow a little bit faster. We're going to decentralize the food a little bit here. And that makes that guy hostile towards us. We get a militaristic attribute point too, which is cool. We have a scout. Or sorry, a settler. Settler's gonna settle up here. Which is gonna hit 1, 2, 3, 4 resources, including some iron. Now, Great Steel is an interesting one. I like it right here because we're going to have a 2 resource adjacency here, another 2 resource adjacency here. And is this a mountain? No, it's not a mountain. We don't have any mountain adjacencies, though. I think I like it here. I guess you can make the argument for here, allowing us to wrap back here faster. Maybe that's an okay one, and it's adjacent over here, which is going to be a nice square. Let's go Great Steel there. I think we'll go for, since we have a unique infantry unit, we'll go for that. Bro. Why are you sending more guys at us, dog? So 12 turns till they're friendly. A little bit of a slow burn on the Sioux is here. Looks to me like Persia's designed for early aggression. Yeah, the problem is that with the early aggression is the AI gets +8 versus you. So like even if we stack a bunch of bonuses, we're still like weaker than them, like in terms of the stats. We don't want to do that yet, considering we're about to get, like, multiple gold tiles. I'm gonna buy a slinger, though. I think we're gonna go sailing. We're gonna come back here. Just kidding. Hit him with the pump fake. Never let him know your next move. Early gate of all nations is pretty good for war too. That's true. I think that currently in the metagame, going for your civic before mysticism is kind of rough, and you kind of want discipline if you're going to fight early too. You know what, though? Plus 50% production towards training infantry units is actually a pretty insane bonus. Hey buddy, awesome stream. I'd love to partake on your next stream with friends. Add me on Discord. Not gonna lie, that sounds like a bot. I don't mean that to be offensive. If you are indeed a person, please tell me your favorite way that you like potatoes prepared. Unless you're a bot. Whoa! We could either go for the 1-1-1-2 whatever tile, or, you know, I think we don't. We kind of hate going for this. Well, it has a production. We want to grab the gold because we want to buy buildings, and we want to buy the buildings with like the full shebang. God, the scout has felt trapped for like forever. We're gonna just set up alert. Techum says should be coming in here. I guess we're gonna see what we can do with Xerxes here. You know what? We could probably upgrade to city too. That could be another thing that we're thinking of in terms of spending the gold. Like this, upgrade to city, 400 gold. I don't think we're buying another unit. I think we like this. And then, I don't hate a granary. We're getting some stellar yields on some of these things in terms of them actually providing production. And then a granary first sets us up a little bit. I think we do want this tile here for a library. And us going brickyard also makes some sense. This would be a okay, like we have a mountain adjacency here, so we're expecting to build like a monument there. But if we're building a granary and a brickyard, I think we do this here. So let's do that. And then now that the city's a city, I think we do the slotting in of this, which is going to give a lot of extra production there. It's weird, like, trying to calibrate going for food because the heuristic changes a lot. Apostolep 01 has indeed not told us his favorite potato recipe. Chat, I fear the bots may have gotten to him. Pour one out for the boy. We're gonna go for bronze working here. We're gonna fortify until these guys heal. We're gonna take a look. 8 turns to friendly. Let's do this. We could maybe try and catch him. Catch him sleeping. Is he coming for the scout? Pass turns with the scout. Actually, let's not pass turns. Let's cancel. Okay. I was like, I thought it committed us to the turn pass with the scout, which would be like a little bit annoying. Alright, I think this is the settle. We do get -5 happiness, but you gotta live with it. And then... This gives us the most production, and we know we have to build here, though. So I think we go this into this, yeah? And then brick this tile, and then grab the clams and be growing a little bit faster. Because we're gonna hit the 8 growth a lot faster than the subsequent growth. Oh, they just thwack the city. Alright, we'll pass the turn. I can't remember if we can body block civilian units with our civilian unit, but I think that we want to go after that settler, so we'll bring this guy in to finish this guy off. We'll come here and thwack the settler a little bit. This guy will finish off this guy. We're healed or mostly healed, so let's get on the move. 3 turns to get there. And we can go for a marble, which, considering we're working great steel on it right now... Is this in a desert, though? I think we need ivory for the tile we're working this on. Forest, vegetated, Africa, road, freshwater, flat grassland. Okay, so I think that this actually gives progress on the grassland tiles, no? Wonders in grassland, tundra, and marine. Alright, so we'll do that. I think that'll be worthwhile for us right now. I think we go brickyard. It's not going to yield us a lot of construction production right now. Although maybe this is a reason to not do it. If we grow once, though, it'll be better. Actually, let's have a think. I think we go library. We brick the farm. We cancel the library. We build the brickyard. Brickyard's going to give +1, but with this, it will give +2 instead. And now we can buy buildings cheaper. Chat, what will we do without knowing what his favorite way to make potatoes is? I'm not sure we'll be able to figure out how to make it in this world without that. 4 turns.
May the might of the Lord cause no enemy to resist me.
Great is steel.
To follow me.
It's gonna be quite nice for us. Welcome to all the people coming in the last few minutes. That is going to give us some flat stuff. I think that we don't really want to... We might just stay in the city here. Because we don't really want to damage our guys when these guys flip friendly in 3 turns here. Okay. So, we have completed a wonder, and I think that this wonder in general is weak. And we can build a monument. The monument has an adjacency for wonders, of which we could do this here, and then we're getting the wrap. Man, I guess I like it here. We kind of don't like that we're breaking the clay pit, but we're probably going to break that clay pit. We're probably going to break that clay pit as well. It's a bit unfortunate, but the 3 resource adjacency is also particularly attractive, and this gets to be adjacent to a wonder, and this is actually a really good square for a subsequent wonder, knowing that we want to build something there. But we'd rather not break all the clay pits, though. Just in general, we actually don't have that many mines tiles. We have this mine tile, we have this mine tile, we have mine tile. My part. This is just so juicy, though, for an eventual +4 adjacency, +5 if we build a wonder here. It's too juicy, chat. I can't resist. We're about that JU ice. I know. You guys are like, what's juice? We're like, we'll show you. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Hopefully not all of those steps. Hopefully just some of those steps. Petra is going to be okay in this city. Maybe we do want Petra? Petra could be really cute right here. Well, okay. I think we have 2 altars right now, but Xerxes obviously was a god. Xerxes' his subjects have taken to calling him Shahanshah, the king of kings. Yet the courtiers that gather daily to sing his praises cannot be outdone. Truly, he is Ahura Mazda, the god of fire. Alright, he's a god. Okay, so steel technology is maybe worth going for. I think we want to unlock our unique unit in a reasonable time frame, so we're going to go with that. These guys, let's check the timer. 2 turns? We're not going to add extra influence there. I think now we have a choice to go for this. I think let's go for our Persian civics and see what's up. And we know we want 2 monuments. Monument unfortunately breaks this tile, but with us having the Grand Canyon, kind of like it over here. Wait, why is it only here? Why no build here? Ah, because there's a guy on top of it. That's true. Oh, and we can't build here because there's a guy on top of this. And that's our locked-in tile. What would be reasonable in the capital? I mean, the monument's not terrible on the capital. I mean, I guess an altar right here is kind of okay, so I think we go with that. We could build units, but I think we want this. I hate that they can't pop out they can't pop out in the tile you're in. They have to pop out in an adjacent tile. We really hates it. This is a civilian unit that can't be messed with. Everyone thinks that the real scout is the scout, but it's in fact the merchant. Haha, smell you later, settler. Why did they not attack the settler dog? Not what I wanted. Do you have to check on it, click on him again? No, his turn is just burned. Even if we cancel the building of fortifications, not like this. We're probably going to do Lafayette military aid. Ah, we get this. So I think we go for free tech when we become suzerain. We have another Suz coming in. This is going to be the one that's good early on.
The spoken word conquers
And we will get...
the written word commands.
can steal tech. Well, no one's out doing us too much in tech yields. So I don't know to what extent that's really going to be that useful, but we're going to do it on Tecumseh. Yulan is probably in the way of our potential settle, but we might be using the settlement limits to take cities, in which case Susan guys makes a little bit more sense. Thankful Hump looking for a band. Evening to be on. Rip the meme. Do you wish me a good evening, or do you mean that it's a good evening whether or not I want it or not? Or it's a threat? Or do you feel that good evening is good evening, or that it is a morning to be on? Good evening is a threat. Assume that they like them raw, like some type of metallic humanoid. Fast and Miles surely would. Technically, I think potatoes are actually toxic if they're raw. We do that. It's gonna give flat production. We're gonna ship it over here where we have a little bit less production. We're also gonna put this extra food in the town. And then I think that we want to buy something here. I don't know what. I don't think it's a granary. I don't think the granary scales too well. I guess it could be the camp. Or sorry, saw pit. The unfortunate thing is that that actually has 2 resource adjacencies, so it's kind of a good tile. But this does too. We could just buy an altar. To be able to start working out this way, or we could just let this city grow a little bit slower and not buy anything in it. I think we'll do that. I think we'll maybe thinking we want to convert this to a city reasonably sooner. And then I think we could go fishing key right here to brick the tile, and then I think that we can go farms and pastures. I think that this is a pasture, right? So in terms of growing faster, we see we're on 8 food, and that's including some of the stuff we got. I think we do this here. It doesn't have good adjacencies, relatively speaking. I mean, I guess it's got river. 2 river adjacencies. But surely we have several spots that have river adjacencies, right? I'm trying to think, also, with a little bit of a sensitivity towards which tiles we want to use. I think, let's do that in terms of our granary. We'll grow quite a bit faster, and we will be able to get on the iron mine a little bit sooner. Which I think is going to be kind of an okay look. Did the settler get away from me, or did he die? I think it died. These guys flip friendly. We heal up a little. Wait, are these guys from a different city-state? They're from a different city-state. Either that or they just don't flip for whatever reason. Alright. We could build a key. A key? Don't hate it. It does have a 0 maintenance, so it's just food for forever. I think that we wanted to go Wonders. I think we wanted to go Petra, and I think the Petra is really good back here. So if we get a celebration, I guess we'll go Wonder build speed. Excuse me. Which tile is this? It's in Cahokia. Cahokia is really going to be the monstrously good one. Wow, we lose a guy. I guess we shouldn't have attacked. We should have just defended and like tried to play it cool. We're getting our civic. We just started it and we're receiving competition. That might not bode well for us. We'll stand on top and we'll start to build fortifications while the other guy heals. Or the commander will build fortifications, the warrior will heal. We only have an advantage on offense, but like, if we take a look, we get plus, Oh, it's within our own territory. So we have less of a bonus. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we should have gone for... We actually kind of want the happiness. We have 2 towns. They don't have a lot of food. I think that that's going to be good for us, at least right now. Alright, we'll bite. Warriors in here. Flannels off. Blah. That's so ugly. I mean, if that is a trade route we can do. I think we're just gonna scout with this guy, though. Why'd the music change? We've been at war this whole time, dog. I feel like it's playing war music, but we've been fighting this whole time. We'll go for a slinger here. A little bit of some unfortunate sequencing, though. We're researching the tech that's going to give us the card that's going to allow us to more quickly do the things. Ooh. Those guys are worthy of dispersing now. Oh, we forgot to rip the dream. Oh, is this going to attack our enemy? Hell yeah. Okay, so I think we go for the iron. So now we have 2 iron, now we have 2 iron. So now our melee units will be on par with the enemy. Oh, Galley's gonna go hard, I think. Let's buy ourselves a galley. We could go for a thing. Get a little bit more. I think we'd rather have the growth rate at this point, though. We're getting close to the point where we no longer want the growth rate. I think once we're size 9 or something, we won't want the growth rate, but until then, it's kind of an alright one. We'll gather them up. Just one off. We would have accepted that. That's unfortunate. Bactria, now that its tiles have been freed, can go for this +5 library.
Be eager in the face of danger.
Production towards infantry units is really interesting because we could have gone the government type that would give production towards infantry units and then buying infantry units, or we would just be 1 a turn and be able to like steam across stuff. For now, I don't think it's any good for us, but oratory is going to be better than what we have, so we should have been on that. Stranger danger. I think it's silly this guy can't get dispersed by them. So a civilian unit can't get attacked. Nothing you could do about it. So he has 20. Oop. Hmm. We could heal him up for one turn. I think we'll just gather and go. And now we should have enough gold to upgrade all of our guys, I think. No! Someone finished the... It would have been so good in this city. Someone finished it before us, though. Alright. The, Petra. It would have represented so many yields for us. That's okay, I suppose. So we actually don't have a lot of river tiles, and there are river unique improvements, so I don't think we would want to build the hanging gardens there. So either here or here. I'm not sure there's a substantive difference. This is at least adjacent to the city center, so if we build something on top of the city center, it will benefit from the wonder adjacency, so I guess here is slightly better. It does brick a woodcutter tile as well, though. Although we have a woodcutter tile still available. We'll take that with Augustus. Happy to generate some additional stuff. +3 combat for infantry units. I think we go with this. So 20 combat, they move up to what exactly? 25? I think that's the standard pacing on the upgrade. So I think it's just when they kill a unit, they get extra... Can I take 2 turns to get the upgrade on him, though? Like, you can guarantee 1 unit a turn, but if you're playing on a fast game speed, that's really not going to be very good. If you're playing on a slower game speed, the extra production on units may be okay. I think we have a reward for finishing a monument. I mean, this is double adjacent, yeah, to a wonder. Natural wonder, so... That's the 4-1. I think we'll go with that. I haven't seen any of Caesar. I guess Caesar's right here, actually. So Cahokia doesn't have walls yet, which is nice. For us, not for Cahokia. Oh. Thought it looked like we visually had one more move than we did. Feels bad, man. We don't have the trade range, we don't have any settlements remotely close to them. I think we're playing with fire a little bit, not just because these are the Burning Arrow guys. But we're gonna come up and we're gonna shoot them. Hopefully we don't lose the unit over that. We might. Let's deploy here. So we have the immortals. They will heal when they kill a unit. And now... Oh, we can't use the commander stuff. So this guy ought to heal when he kills the unit. So he'll take a little bit of damage, minus 12, and then he heals plus 15, right? We'll go clams. We can put the happiness really anywhere. Best placed in a place that has negative happiness, though. Oh, we can't place it there. Kuz is very unhappy. Well, that's a city only. I mean, we could buy an altar in Kusa, but that's going to take forever. Immortal ambition. A young immortal wishes to join the elite 1,000 and earn the gold-tipped spear of their ranks. His commander says he must further prove himself on the battlefield by defeating an enemy who wields a sword or bow. We'll go for defeat a ranged unit. And we now have to defeat a cavalry unit. The young immortal seeking a gold-tipped spear does not even flinch as he rides down the ranger's volley, closing in on his prey, returning to his commander, seized weapon in hand. An honorable fight, but can you defeat a horseman on your own? Yeah, I mean, if we find one, jeez. Okay, so let's look at our combat strength, actually. That seems to be quite a bit. 32, can you explain us why? No, we gotta be... Okay, so we have a damaged unit, we have 2 iron, and then we are getting the +6, which is nice. And then route is giving us quite a bit. That's kind of a lot. Not gonna lie. Oh, man. Maybe we should have been rumbling more. I feel like, just looking at that, maybe I'm just going to grossly misevaluate in my things. Undervalue being able to go to war. These guys will peace out. Take the city here, right? No? This guy? Bueller? That was surprisingly easy. Do we keep Cahokia? We have 1, 2, 4 resources. I mean, I think we keep it. I think we raise this other little city, though. It's only got 2 resources. But this is going to give us gold and 100 culture. And we will get plus 20% gold in this city. Stole the currency technology. How many points does this cost? Well, we know if the wheel costs us 9 turns and it costs the same amount, and we're getting this, that's representing like 360, give or take a bit. It's probably 350 cost. That's probably the cost. Or 360, not sure. But relative to if we spend 15, if we engage with a, what is it? If we do one of these endeavors, which is slightly cheaper, then we get 6 times 15, which is 90. That's nowhere near 360. So, yeah. We did see a video that was making the argument that steel technological advancements just super poggers. But I think it has to hit a full tech. If it doesn't hit a full tech, it doesn't seem that good. And it really makes people pissed at you, but that's not a big deal. So I guess we're going to save up to 80 and then do that again on him. We're 600 to upgrade this. This can't be upgraded, but would be a fairly quick upgrade, we assume. Gonna have to brick a lot of these tiles that are just not very good. We also have a bath. We hate that. We got a barracks and a saw pit over here. That's fine. City hall here. Granary plus library. Yuck. Really hate the district placement from the AI here. Maybe we're actually supposed to raise Cahokia? That can't possibly be right, no? Still just scouting with this guy. We have the one dinky trade route we can make with the city-state next to us that's not really that substantive. In terms of food, the migrant is most valuable here. But I think he's more valuable if we just let this pass for 2 turns. And then we probably just don't grow again in this age. Something like this. So we pass 2 turns, get the growth, use the migrant. Alabama.
Better to live in a rugged land and rule than to cultivate rich plains and serve.
This is slightly better. We have 3 towns and 2 cities. So one of those generates 10 and the... Oh no, wait, it's slightly worse. Just kidding. We can't do math. We could go wonder production, I think. Do we have another wonder to build right after this, though? I'm not sure. And we know we're not competing with that one. Let's just do the culture. Oh, I guess we get to do this. So generating a decent amount of gold. Some nice synergy here. The mortal's about to die. The mortal needs food badly. I think we come back, heal up. Can't buy a unit out of Cahokia, but we can soon. We'll maybe need to buy an Immortal. One more turn, we'll run the Migrant in.
He heard these horrors.
We get a lot of scouting off of our second Sioux. Maybe we gotta run back. We're like only good on offense. It's rough. I think we eat a lot of damage running away, though. This is your first time playing Xerxes, it'll take some getting used to, yeah. We have to be on offense all the time. Maybe, like, we should have taken the city a little bit slower, focused on taking out the units instead of the city. I was thinking the city would help us to defend. I'm about 5 minutes behind. That was directed about your comment about not evaluating aggressiveness of the civ properly. Yeah. I mean, we're now in a spot where... Oh, we should also be running the Endeavor for +3 combat. But maybe we just need to full-on run. I think the boats are really strong, just generally. Maybe we let the slinger die? Or we figure the slinger is likely to die. We'll get some damage down. Now we use the migrant. I think we do free civic. So we'll get a free tech and a free civic.
But it is in this one. He was the first.
And I think we slot this out for this. And then we switch to producing immortals a little bit. I was a little bit surprised to have taken the city that quickly, but I guess we lose the city similarly fast. Okay, we could get on board with this. Or Wasset. So he's gonna take this back. We lose the slinger. Oh, he doesn't take his city back. That's weird. Oh, we could have packed up the slinger. I'm stupid. Yeah, I didn't think that through. This will give us plus... Oh, we should have also prioritized in this city. We should have really prioritized touching this. That way, if we have one of these inside of our thing, all flat tiles are going to get plus science.
The canal water gushes from above into the gardens. Fragrance pervades the walkways. Streams of water as numerous as the stars of heaven flow in the pleasure.
They still haven't gone for the actual city. Alright, we'll get to take a little bit of a pot shot there. Sure. I think we would like to make this a city. Another 30 turns. Or 30 gold, rather, sorry. So here's the thing. If we know we are going to work these tiles, these things are kind of okay. Just this ageless... I'm gonna build one immortal first, though, to justify us slotting in that card. That way we can feel a little bit more intelligent. We're gonna go growth rate in cities. It's just gonna be better. The right side incentivizes like this town style play that's just not actually effective. So we will not do it. We shan't. We shan't not. Good timing, I suppose, considering what's coming our way here. +2 immortal. Enemies fear the legion that is immortal. When one soldier falls, another immediately rises up to take their place. Is this because, did we lose one immortal? I don't think we did. I think it was maybe we got enough. +2 immortal? Yeah, that seems better. Either an immortal that is +2 or 2 more of them. Both are pretty good with us. The immortal as a unit seems like maybe not that great, but I think heals 15 when you kill a unit is not very good. As a bonus. Trying to think which tile we're more likely to build over, and I think in general the heuristic is the further out they are from your settlement, the more likely you are to not build over them. So let's build one of those. Here, we don't really want to do that on food tiles as much in general. Especially this food tile, because this is between 2 resources here. We're certainly going to build over there. So do we want to saw pit? Not especially. I think Gate of All Nations is going to go better in the capitals, so let's keep building immortals. Try and justify it somehow.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Diplo attribute point's kind of nice. Alright, we have our unique building. So I think we get an event for it, and then we will try and Gate of All Nations over here, which is where we wanted our buildings before. We're getting 51 culture, not as much food. I think we'd rather do this, because we do have a civic that we would be interested in slotting in. This is like a weird amount that's not going to be that much for us. Settlement limit. Combat strength for units in enemy territory, though. I guess we just get to stack a lot of the combat strength. We get 3 from our civ and then an additional 3 here, so a total plus 6. And we have to take a look at Rome, but I think Rome's is just like better. This just feels like bad Rome, dog. Oh, getting these guys, catching them on the water is so good. The AI's like inability to properly handle the boat kind of stuff really leaves them vulnerable on that front. Are they still not? Why don't they take the city back? That seems insane, no? I mean, I guess we go there, but I think it's the same amount of time, whether they're conga line or not. This has to be just like the most damning thing for the AI. We've been sitting... I think they just don't want to attack because there's not a unit there, man. That's like insane. I think we heal by taking this guy out, right? Yeah, it looks like we gained life. I mean, if you're really rolling over them, I think it makes it so you roll over them faster. I guess there's that. The gold per turn is actually probably more valuable. So we can lock in. I think ideally we want to work this tile, because it's got several floods on it. And we want to build something here. And the only way we achieve that situation is if we have urban district here, urban district here. Which means we could build the thing here, but I think we'd prefer it there and there. Cannot be adjacent to another one. We have markets that are reasonable. I guess we go for that. It doesn't scale very well into the next age. Not gonna lie, the fact that they don't take back their city is like mildly immersion breaking for me. Pressure of rebellions. I think this is on Xerxes himself. Make way. So here we just get to heal. Full momentum forward. Yeah, I think the healing is just win more-ish. I generally don't go for like the military stuff as much. I guess it's kind of paying out for us in some sense. So this guy will get to heal. We'll actually bring this guy up. We should have brought him up before. So we gain life, net. Gain life, net. Kogi is still not captured. Heal up a little bit on that guy. This guy's kind of low life, so we get to heal. We'd rather Augustus not take this city, but I guess that might not be up to us. I mean, we saved decent life. Let's do this so they won't take the city, not that they were planning on it anyway. I think we'll go this. Start to get some better science buildings. The villa's pretty good. It will benefit from adjacent mountain terrain. It really likes adjacent wonder terrain, though. But that's going to be a problem with the other stuff. And I think we want to brick this tile, so we can brick this tile. And then we can come here. We can come, after we get rid of this tiles being used, we can get into all of that. Yeah. We want the production in the cities, so we'll make a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe we should not have allied Caesar. The idea of fighting Caesar Just feels weird considering we are about to get a trade route with him, but... That'll heal us up. It's not going to get away from us now. I mean, this is going kind of alright. I mean, we know he's not going to take the city, so... We'll end the turn. Can't purchase or repair. We're gonna reject. Because I think we want to fight Caesar after this. I don't think they have quite enough to take the city, and I think we'll get to take the city next turn. I think we just killed our archer. I think it doesn't matter with the amount of immortals we have, though. Oh, the more stuff that we pillage, the lower pop it goes. You see that went down to 4 pop from 5. This is a useful play pattern. Yeah, did we lose the archer? We lost the archer. That's kind of okay. It will raise the city. The luscious scent of the paradisa has dwindled of late. Groundkeepers complain that visitors pick too much fruit from the tree, leaving little for others. We are getting also an enormous amount of gold. I think clay pits in general are best. Raise 7 turns. We will be over. And then here, kind of inclined to work the camel tile. You know what? We kind of like that there because the happiness. And we're going to want another building here to brick that. Do we care? It's not going to be very good adjacency. So saw pit maybe okay. And then with that brick occurring, do we have another resource tile to hit? We do. We do, unfortunately. I think we are going to try and secure a little bit more food, which will be okay on the growth. And then we get to lock in a floodplain tile with that improvement, which I think is going to be okay in the later portions of what's going on. Start marching this guy up. If they pepper him up, then he'll take some damage and save a little bit of life for our other units. We'll send a couple of mortals to chase down the settler, I guess. We don't want him ratting out somewhere else. I think we are going to remove Tecumseh from the map.
No man is foolish enough to desire war.
He's raised in Alabama. Ripped to the incest enjoyers. The truth hurts.
But in war,
Not like this.
fathers bury
The
sons.
Bama jokes. We hates it. So that is going to give us additional plus stuff in that war. We have a market. We have a decent market spot right here. Adjacent to a wonder plus 3 tiles. I think that's where we put down the market. But we are getting a lot of gold. So this place has had its happiness problems for some time now. I think we're going to buy an altar here. They've also not been growing that fast, so partially due to the happiness problems. So let's buy an altar here. And then we get to put down another tile, and then I think what we're going to do... Oh, we don't have a fishing key, like kind of ready to go here. Unless we buy a saw pit right here and a fishing key. Yeah. And then the dyes, which incidentally give happiness, and we can use the happiness here. I think we work the tiles this way towards the gypsum and eventually this. And now well, we'll at least make that city not unhappy. Happiness problems are spouting up because we don't have, we have too much stuff. We have too many cities. How's it going though, Tarkus? How you be? How is you? We get +3 production on a saw pit, +5 on a brickyard. I guess we're going brickyard. And I guess we go here. We could, or I guess we have to go there. Why do we have to go there? Why can't we brickyard here? Alright. I guess he's chasing down the settler now. I'm good just playing Civ 5 because I don't want to spend money on Civ 7. So you have the Civ itch, but you don't want to buy the expensive scratcher. I respect that. If you had Civ 7, you'd be playing that instead, right? We haven't had an immortal die yet. I don't think we take him out in this amount of turns, so this is going to help us out. Although in theory, we should have done that on Caesar. We should have rendered onto Caesar that which was ours. As in these hands. We have most of our combat advantage is on the attack, so we can't just like sit and defend, which I think is kind of the normal way of playing it. If he shoots us, he has to stay in range of us here. So I think we're overall okay with that. We lose sight of the scout. Unfortunate. Probably, yeah. Oh, it's also Ramadan. I've been fasting, but the sun sets pretty early. Basically fasting 5:30 to 6 p.m. You're like a cultural observer of Ramadan, right? More so than religious. I feel like that's what I remember last year, because I think we talked about this last year. I had a facetious question about fasting. I forget what it was. Like a joke question. Like the equivalent of, like, if God's all-powerful, can he make a burrito so big that he would be unable to eat it? And then if he could, would he then be unable to eat it? And if he was not, would he then truly be all-powerful? Type of question. I think in general we kind of like... I mean, this barracks has got a +9. Where is that? That is getting +9. Oh, it's in the, like, Insano yield place. Yeah. Yep. I think we're for that. I think we're with it. We'll build the barracks there. And then we will, back here, get to work sawmill. And then we will get to build our unique improvement over that, I think. So, I mean... we're feeling some of the juice from the gold, because, like, the gold maintenance is, plus 10% gold ends up feeling like more than 10% gold, because you're plussing 10%, but you're not plussing 10% on the maintenance. We're never, ever building a bath. It's a terrible building. Never, ever building a bath. Terrible building. I mean, I guess it's, yikes, dude. We do need a Bela stuff for the military-oriented thing. Oh, we don't get to live that. Oh, with that one... we get to live. I think we run. That's the only way it's fun, is if they do in fact run. Whoa! Some 10 random. Thank you for the raid, big nice. Let's see if I can do the thing. So I tried to do shoutout with the full shoutout. I don't think you have to set it up. Some 10 random. Let's try and do the good. No, we actually do have to set it up, not like this. Apologies. But how you be? What were you playing? Something random. Of which game were you partaking? God, getting body blocked. More like bodied. Failed Sakota run by an inch. Was still on that. Just because the you ran out of time, right? You were trying to do everything by 36. 36 or no balls. Feel that. We upgrade Koki into a city. I don't want to upgrade it and then lose it, but I think we're not losing it. Oh, it's 1,000. I mean, maybe we slow down everyone's age progress by us going super hard on the military. Overall, Xerxes so far is not feeling very hot. Like, it does feel like we're getting combat juice. I mean, the combat juice is kind of a lot at this point, but... the gold bonus is also decent. Well, actually, we don't have a... I actually think Xerxes is okay. My problem is more with... because I think 10% gold and +1 settlement, I think that this is a fine bonus. And then the +1 combat strength for attacking in neutral or enemy territory. I think it's, I think Persia's just kind of bad. It's more the line. Attack and heal. Attack and heal. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna not take the city until we raid every single spot. That way we can wipe it out in one turn. And I think it'll be just Kohoki up here. Kohoki is kind of poorly positioned. It's only actually hitting 3 resources. It's just already built up, but maybe Kohoki is not even worth it because it's just poorly positioned. That's another thing, is like, taking cities scales poorly if the AI puts the cities in really bad places. You know what I mean? I also, in principle, think that in early ages, the unique buildings that build over the no warehouse remove unique buildings are just really weak. Because you're mainly working resources and you get an opportunity for like 1 or 2. Relative to if you get the same type of building later on. Yeah, we're gonna start doing some of this. And every time we do that, it's gonna lower the pop. We want to reject as much as we can from him. Okay, we know we're not... That's not a place where we want to build one of those. Maybe we just build this just cause. Thing is, we want a clay pit there. This is an ageless spot. The market is here, though. That's maybe an okay spot. Here would also be an okay spot, maybe. And this would get us closer to getting the, this. I think we're okay with the barracks there. Nice little bink and some construction. Not the bath. Actually, in theory, we're not even supposed to repair the bath. I think we're okay with this here. $72 gold on that, though? Dog. +6. I guess it's a farming town, man. It's already got, like, decently sized growth, so it is gonna help this. Or we're gonna see what Cahokia is connected to. Patharagata? Oh, wait, what happened? No, not like this. You haven't Hajjed yet? I don't think it will unless Saudi Arabia becomes a more liberal nation. Makes sense. I'm pretty agnostic. I still fast because I think it's a good test of discipline, religious or not. It's that minus social credit score. So we were on that. Defaulted during a cut-down play. Ooh, that's painful. We have some notes for a bankruptcy, how to avoid bankruptcy video. But, like, I, for the life of me, like, feel like I'm forgetting something, and I hate it so much when I'm taking notes for a video, and I feel like I'm forgetting something. And then, I have no idea what I'm actually forgetting, and then invariably I'm like, okay, I don't think I'm actually forgetting anything. And then it turns out, nope, I was forgetting something. It's, like, terrible. Are you doing Poe 2 races? No, I think that I think that I can't afford to... Here, one sec. I think that I can't afford to, try and do Civ and also do Poe. I think that's too much off Vicky stuff. Hey, Resorty, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? I don't have shout-out command set up. I'm a bad Twitch streamer. Thank you so very much. Were you playing Civ as well? I think I saw you live playing Civ. Who are you playing as? Big nice. Big nice, big raid. We are playing, I guess for the big people who are coming in, we are playing... You're better than Resorty? Oh man, Resorty's viewers trolling him. I think I defaulted because I disabled extra supplies of chem weapons and military is necessary. Yeah. Doing well, thanks. Had a fun day at Hearts of Iron, but I really enjoyed Civ. Oh, you played Hoi. Who'd you play in Hoi? That's quite the change up. From Civ to Hoi. Alright, well, maybe it's not the craziest change up. But we are playing kind of a little bit of a standard Xerxes, or not standard. We're playing Xerxes, King of Kings, and we're playing Persia. Overall, the power level doesn't seem quite there, but the synergy's there. Xerxes does seem to synergize quite strongly. We get +3 combat strength here when attacking, +3 combat strength here when attacking, and another +3 combat strength, I think, when attacking, or when in enemy territory in the Shahan Shah. And so all this combined, attacking an enemy territory +9 combat strength, really ends up being quite a lot. And you also have +1 settlement limit, +1 settlement limit, and then off of Xerxes himself, +1 settlement limit. So you're meant to very much just kind of go around expanding in this type of thing. But Xerxes seems pretty good, but Persia seems a little bit underwhelming. Xerxes has got a lot of stuff going on, getting the 10% extra gold in settlements, doubled in settlements not founded by you, which synergizes with this expansion idea, 20% gold, +1 settlement for age. I think the reason why this is perhaps weak is the AI is really bad at placing their settlements as well. And so we're kind of like, Cahokia here is not particularly well placed. Oh, that was just placed by the AI just in a general sense. Or like that was placed, I assume, where they stand. We're also raiding these, because every time we raid, we will decrease the pop size in Appalachia by 1, and the idea here is that we want to raise it to the ground, and when it has 1 pop, it gets raised a whole lot faster. So we are about to finish wiping him off the map, though. Twitch actually has a shout-out feature inbuilt now. Use /shoutout. Really? Oh my god. I think Tarkus is trolling me, because I feel like I did this before. We've raided Zordy a couple times. Okay, okay. It's just not an SO. France, in an attempt to defend ourselves, we may have allied with the USSR. Oops. I hear that's popular these days, so you know, maybe that all works out. Let's see. So I think we go for this. Do we? Yeah, let's go for our mastery, and then I think we're going to use our influence here to steal culture from Augustus specifically. We're going to look to steal government secrets once we get up to +80, which is going to be a little bit. Isn't it something like SO? I thought that's what I thought it was. That's what we tried to do. And then we failed. Now we rest. Much like, the raids are just kind of an interesting thing, because generally speaking, when someone's finishing the stream, or at least this is my experience, I want to use the bathroom, I want to get something to eat, I want to get something to drink. And so it's like not a time to like, very often a conversation doesn't actually occur, right? I think we want to ignore unhappiness. I think we actually want to go for the military attribute point. We haven't really pushed the military attribute points in this instance, but also the extra settlement limit is pretty good. The legend unlock. I haven't figured out how to unlock those. Maybe we have to get to legend status or something. I don't know. We're going to work this here. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for good mic and good volume. Thank you so very much, Kaizan. I tend to stay around for 5 minutes while I check my email and Discord, then I go get a sandwich. Yep. That's probably the smart way to do it. I try and stay around a little bit in case they try and talk to me, because I don't want to, like, complete toot it and boot it, but we will build our unique building here. I mean, the unique building feels kind of okay. Maybe Persia's not so bad. I don't know. I just feel there's a distinct lack of whelming here. I'm not whelmed. Where can we place this? We can place it between the two wonders here. It'd be okay. I think we want our amphitheater there. And, we actually do want to keep around, basically, for quite some time, Villa. Because influence is, like, kind of a harder yield to get, and so the base yields on the influence are going to be nice. And so that means we don't want to overbuild it as much, whereas this we'll want to overbuild because we'll be wanting to put our specialists to boost adjacencies, and we have a wonder here and a wonder here, so this means that really nice adjacencies for this tile, so I think we'll put this there. Maria and Kumai, your favorite civs? I think Maria is really good. I think Kumai is not very strong. Mainly because of the math on food. We could show that, but only if there are no children present, because we don't show the spreadsheet to children. It's not age appropriate. It will hurt their innocent eyes. I suppose we could show the spreadsheet. Just gotta promise that there are no kids. I think we're gonna scout over here. We still have the scout. And then let's make it so that we are on the correct Google account so that we can actually edit. But one of the reasons why, because we're doing a Kumai run on the YouTube right now as Ben Franklin, and one of the reasons we don't like it, sorry, spreadsheet warning, one of the reasons we don't like it is because of the way that food growth works. The cost for marginal growth is, there's 3 modifiers. There's a flat modifier, a scalar modifier, and an exponential modifier. And the exponential modifier means that the growth rate just explodes. It's equal to this value 3 here, divided by 10. So this is raised to the 3.3, this number, which is the number of growths, or 1 minus the number of growth events occurred so far. And so, 30 to move to size 2, 34, size 3, 46, size 4. And what happens is, very quickly, you get to the point where the number of turns to grow just becomes like a third or a half an age, at which point your growth just stops. And what happens is if we take a look at this column to the right slightly, this is the amount of growths you get with 100 turns with this amount of flat food. So with Maria, very often you can get something like 10 or 20 food or something like this. But once you get into this upper range, even with 100 turns, the yield on like the bad A is not going to generate you like 1 additional growth. So food, in that sense, food falls off extraordinarily hard, and you basically get soft locked to not having population growth until the next age, at which point the exponential modifier comes down, and this kind of unlocks the wall a little bit for you to grow. And so what Kumai's main benefit is they get to this wall faster. They're faster to get up to here, which is like a solid thing. But I think that like their ability to work tiles under the river, I don't think it scales, right? So usually +3 culture, -1 science. So Maria uniques give a huge culture boost early. Oh, interesting. This is interesting information. Yeah, so this means that we have a couple videos of it about it on YouTube, but this makes food just really, really, really weak as a general thing, because the entire point of food, right, is to experience one of these growth events. And then when you have a growth event, you'll get new yields. So you get food so that you can get more production, science, culture, gold, diploma, or influence, this type of stuff. And if it takes you 40 turns, then the marginal food is useless, especially because there's no maintenance cost in Civilization 7. Just for a frame of reference, in Civ 6, this is like what the growth looks like, where you're kind of like always growing. You just slow down how much you're growing, and you don't get completely stalled out, and that makes marginal food good, because if you can see here, you're still generating growth per 100 turns with flat food, although it's easier to get flat food in Civ 7. And so that's like the food-oriented and specialized civilizations just in general, I think are a little bit on the weaker side. And Kumai is one of them, so... Interesting angle, though, using the food thing for culture. Then it's suddenly different, because then you're not getting a bunch of food yields, you're getting food and culture. The food is also incredibly strong early on, like before you've had like 5 or 6 growth events, and then that's when it falls off, like really hard. And then it's like not so bad in order to grow to size 30, it's 67,000 food, but it's not as bad in the late, the modern age, where it's only 10,000 food, but it's still... You still get soft locked in the modern age too, so we could maybe build a settler. We haven't settled in quite some time, and it's a matter of we could clear out Yilan and settle there, and that would be a fairly solid settle. Probably just like right on top of where it is. We can also settle in here, although I have a sneaking suspicion the AI is going to grab it. I don't know what happens to this guy when we take him out, but I'm thinking like right here is a good looking settle as well. But the point is I think we can... Oh, we actually have a unit attacking us? Let's go Immortal into Settler then. I think that'll be fine. We don't want to take them out yet. We're raiding a bunch to reduce the population of the thing, so it takes less time to raise. We're gonna end the turn. We're keeping an eye on that settler. We don't want to let him rat out somewhere. So help me God, though, if you settle near us, Caesar, we're gonna be upset with you. We're gonna be upset with him either way, but we'll be even more mad. Except we won't. SO is for external things like Nightbot. Shadows of the internals Twitch come in. I'm hearing Scorched Earth. That's gonna be kind of the plan here. If we remove him from the map, we don't have to worry about his settlement limit contributing to overcrowding. Shout out to that one philosopher who thought we were going to run out of space, but we didn't. Alright, so do some of that. I guess we don't need both of these immortals here. This immortal can join up with the commander. Oh, I hate this. This is a visual bug. He's not where he looks like he is. Any Malthusians? That's the one. Shout out to Malthus. He was the real G. He kept it real as hell. Oh, I don't know where I'm going with that one. Augustus appears to be Egypt. Oh no, we set it up so that he could take all the credit. Not like this. Yeah, AI's got some problems here. But, we're gonna... I hope this guy moves. We can raid that. We can raid down that. Population goes to 2, I think? Or 1? Oh, I really messed up. Oh, I didn't. So now, we're gonna get to take this out. I think we're gonna wait. I'm curious what happens to the city-state after we take out the person choosing them, and I think we're doing that this turn, so let's do this. Raid this. So now we're reduced to 3 pop, so it'll raise Earth faster. We'll get raised to the dust. And then... Oh, he has a unit. So we're gonna have to wait 1 turn. But we will investigate. So, regarding like what we were talking about here, the garden, even if we could have the garden for free, like in regards to some of the math, I think it's not worth the 2 gold, the -2 gold, in a lot of situations. It is probably at the start of the age, and then like for most ages it's not going to be worth it later on in the age. The start of the age because it gets you to your next yield faster. Especially in the modern age where the exponent proportionally gets decreased the most because it gets decreased from a 30 to 27, and as a proportion that's bigger than a decrease from 33 to 30, and then on top of that your specialists are insanely valuable, and so the really high value of the specialists kind of carries pretty strongly. I think we're going to go for a +5 library. The other option is the very high base yields on this. And you know what? This not the best adjacencies here, so I don't think we're going to build a ton of different things here. And this gets us one step closer to getting the wine. Of course, we can't use the wine. It's a little awkward. We can't work the wine next turn. I guess we're going to build here a fishing boat with the idea that we will evict the fishing boat with a bridge or something. We maybe keep a guy there. Alright, this guy's not settling in one turn, so we're gonna get him ready to go here. Or get the war guy ready. We actually really need the commander to pick him up. So. And these guys will walk down. And we can take him out this turn, but really curious what happens here. We'll reject that piece. We'll leave him in pieces. Okay. So we'll do this. It'll get raised real quick. May post a link to you to another reason why I love my memento for altars. Oh, that's your thing. It's a memento that gives that? It's a steep investment. I was thinking it was on a leader. You can, as long as it's not somehow not appropriate for people. As long as there are no spreadsheets. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. We can't quite get to what we want. We could also just grab this, knowing that we were going to want to, but I think we're going to come here with the idea that we're going to work a bridge or something like that, so we'll be able to grab the two resources. We'll raise the settlement, and it will take less turns to take out. Still takes a lot of turns. And then we will start to turn our sights down. And these guys, oh, they just full disappear? So we get no... Alright, we're gonna load them. We get no bonus for taking them out, which I think we otherwise do get. But I'm not sure, so we'll load the autosave and we'll see. Check that image. Oh, it's a Discord app image. I'm not clicking on a Discord app image. I'm actually gonna mod that. Sorry. Discord specifically, like, there's too much, like, hacking extensions in Discord. I apologize.
They will come from every corner of the world.
How do I
to
moderate?
pledge their strength and march under the same banner. The might and glory of Persia.
Yeah, don't link to a Discord thing specifically. I appreciate the engagement, but that's bro, my Discord's like 2016 Discord. We get that by not clicking on some weird stuff.
Perfection.
If you link tiny URL, we're gonna not click that either. Alright, so we take this out. I'm pretty sure we get a benefit for raising it. Oh, we get to take it as a city? Is that a city that we would want? I don't think so. I think that's a bad location for a city. That's fascinating. I didn't realize that's how that worked. No, I did. I just forgot. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll want to take out Tecumseh so that just gets deleted so that we don't have to deal with an extra being above the settlement limit. Print screen? Alright.
They will come from every corner of the world to pledge their strength and march under the same banner. The might and glory of Persia embodied.
Yep. +5. Big nice.
Perfection is a...
Alright, so we're gonna take this out. A little bit more precise. We get one like tile closer to Rome. And then again he gets taken out. And then we raise the settlement. Do we go mathematics here? I mean, eventually we want mathematics. Maybe that's an okay. We're gonna shout. We don't. Now, amphitheater. This is what we were saving this for. The +6. Gonna be nice. 2 adjacencies. 2 wonders. So we'll do that for a little bit of more culture. Everyone can use a little bit more culture in their life. We'll slot this in until the city is raised, I guess. Raise it. And then we'll do some of that, and then come this way, and then come this way. And we'll pick up the very, very slow siege unit in just a hot minute here. Next turn, we will look to steal culture from him. I'm not sure we're Suesing another group. We could Suze another, but I don't think that's how we're spending our stuff. Don't have as many bonuses in our own territory. Just kind of feels rough if things go sideways. Imagine every settlement too. It do be nice to get so many yields on every settlement. A memento slot's a really big investment though. Hey, let's do this. Reject. We want to rumble with him. Where do we want this? Well, actually, blacksmith, we want to put down here because we wanted to free up a tile. And this was very much the idea here. And then now, we get to work this logging camp and then into this gypsum and free up that resource. I don't know why sometimes it spazzes and plays with the music. I feel like the music's not appropriately calibrated to like what's going on. For whatever reason, like the settle map mode like hurts my ability to see what I'm looking at. Just in terms of like where we settle. Okay, so if we settle here, this would be quite a few resources. Not as much as Yailan. But we might end up doing both. Why is it so expensive to upgrade, dog? Have we really not grown that much? Oh, 4 turns. Yeah, we haven't grown that much. I think we're going to have a very straightforward settle here, and that it's going to be, at the very least, solid. We do it here, we'll get the negative to happiness, but we will get to work the horses tile. Also a lot of weird mountain adjacencies. We might have several mountain adjacencies. Alright, we'll put this guy... Oh, nope, messed up. Mistakes were made. Damn it. Well, I guess we'll go onto the river. We have to go onto the river anyways, and we'll load that guy up next turn. Victoria 3 is such a dogshit game. An economy game where you literally cannot have an export-based economy. Trade is weak in Victoria 3 right now. I agree with that. That much I will agree with you on. I think it is doing some interesting things, and it's not that hard for them to fix trade. It's not like the underlying system of trade is... Well, the underlying system of trade has problems, but it's not like, I think these are fixable problems. Does this show us what is where? Because the fog? Surely not. Unfriendly with Kaisar. Hell yeah. We're starting to work our way back this way. We might have to become a city to really get things going. We have 600 gold on top of, like, where we're at. And for production, I think we're gonna build this 2 resource adjacency here, but then also we can buy either brickyard or camp, whichever one gives us more production. Brickyard. I think we could buy this just to help out a little bit. And then we can do this to brick this tile. We want to break the food tiles, because we were talking about how food was weak, and also work our way over to the gypsum and eventually over to the wool, so that's kind of the plan here. Alliance weakening, hell yeah. This is of course Caesar that it's weakening with. Some people like the soundtracks, like people groaning. Couldn't take it. You know which soundtrack slapped? Civ 4. Give me that Bantu Bantu. Is that the name of it? I actually forget. We could play it though. I don't think it's copyright. It might be copyright actually, I don't know. Some of the Civ 6 music is copyright, which drives me absolutely insane. Like I think it's the menu screen music, but you get copyright struck for it, and it just feels really stupid. Caesar better not settle near us. Also, Civ is probably one of the most boring games to watch someone play, no offense. I mean... I don't know what you're doing here then, man. No offense. Like, This is your first time chatting, too. And you immediately start out negative? Interesting. Very interesting. See, we have a recurring troll chatter who makes tons of new accounts. We banned him like 12 times. And he immediately joins in and tries to start a massive argument and tries to dominate the chat. He said he's a Russian troll. I'm not sure I'd buy that though. But very inconsistent arguments too. Like, we'll be pro-Iran at one point and then pro-Palestine another. For example. Which you can see how those two are a bit inconsistent. Command just appeared. They weren't there before. What the hell? I feel like, but you're also talking about Vicky 3. I feel like Vicky 3 is a game desperately trying to show how communism works, and it's not convincing me. This is stream botted, 56 viewers, yet not a soul in chat. What do you mean? Bro, people just be chilling. People actually talk very little in the Civ streams. Just in general. But I do think we might have a ding 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 winner. A little bit of Mahmoud action. This is going to be a double adjacency, so that's going to be nice. We could immediately form a quarter here. We actually have a lot of options for two adjacencies to two resources here. Baba Yadu, that's the one. I want Paradox content. Yeah, I blocked old mate coming in here with these comments. No, it's not botted. I play Warhammer Total War with this in the background. No, he's saying that I have botted viewers. Minus 40 gold, or minus 20 gold. Oh, all these hurt. I guess we can eat that without too much difficulty. Like, we're about to fight indies here, but we're still... we still have enough bonuses that, like, we're actually super okay with it. Someone mentioned this Ramadan. But I don't support either. I don't know what your point is. No. My point is explaining to the other viewers what the viewer we had was and what the issue was in regards to that viewer. I wasn't saying something specific about what you think. But the entire point, though, of that other viewer that is trying to troll the chat is to try and cause arguments with people for things that they themselves don't even believe in. Right, so it's a very inauthentic way of trolling. I think Civ is not based on real history, so there's less stuff to spark discussions. Maybe. I'm not... Yeah, I don't have an opinion on why Civ might be less chat-heavy, other than I think a lot of people who are watching are Victoria 3 viewers primarily, and they probably have more of an opinion on Victoria 3 in general. At least Mahmoud talks nonstop, so there's that. Yeah, so that's like probably the strongest indicator. And then if people ignore him, he starts talking crazy.
Should I pass you by and leave you lying?
Civ's too abstract. Yeah, I think one of the problems with Civ just is in a general sense, is that, or one of the difficulties, let's say, or challenges, maybe that's a better word than things wrong with it, is that Civ is trying to span a length of time that just is not very conducive to, like, actually providing a good simulation of something. I think we're going to be kind of aggressive about buying these. I mean, if we can buy a lot of these and put them on tiles that were working, and, like, that will scale pretty well. But the problem is, like, I don't think we get that as much in the early age to be able to try and do that. Satrapies 2. Extra settlement limit. We will go for it, because we're about to settle a city, right? Generalist when he's added for botting. Not like this. Not like this. I mean, like, it's very weird to me how much more talkative chat is when I'm playing Victoria 3. But also maybe like people will just like put me on in the background to be supportive, but then they're not interested. I don't know to what extent that happens. I don't know, Chuckus, when you play a different game, do you get like a super significant change up in terms of how many people talk? I feel like your chat is proportionate. I don't think we're gonna get the war with Caesar that we kind of want. This is Native American music. I think that's because we killed Tecumseh. It's Tecumseh's theme. That actually is a little bit of a weird. Are we negative with Caesar yet? No, we're not. I don't think we're going to get very close to getting negative with him. I think we're going to steal culture from him, though. We actually should have kept Tecumseh alive until our tech steal went off. That was a mistake. When I play any non-paradox game and I hemorrhage both viewers and chatters. I'm more familiar with Vic 3 and generally have more commentary as a result. Yeah, that's kind of where I think a lot of my viewers are coming from. They're just like soaking it in, but with the Civ. But like, you also don't get to see exactly what people think and feel in this type of stuff when you're streaming. Like it's unidirectional. Rip the dream. These guys will heal up from doing that. Yeah, I think in general, not a huge fan of these immortal units. I just appreciate you as a creator and happy to support you. Thank you. What do you think about the Vicky 3 type of game if it set in the Cold War? Like Vicky 3 mechanics in the Cold War? Some of the Cold War mods I've been kind of impressed with. I don't think I have too strong an opinion on it. Does it lend itself to Cold War mechanics and ideas very well? It's maybe the question, right? I don't know. Hey, we hit a milestone though. We settled near him. War against mutual enemy. Honestly, like, this age just has felt, like, kind of not very good from, like, a whole bunch of different axes. Like, the time we took off to the benefit that we got from war relative to the time we kind of took off in order to engage in that war, I think it's just, like, the trade-off's not worth. Because we got one city that doesn't even look that great. This is going to have a double adjacency to the Natural Wonder. I mean, I guess we get to wipe one guy off the map, but that's not going to be as good for us pushing our own, like, victory conditions and stuff. This is not, like, a zero-sum type of affair. I don't know, but this is what we're doing. We're testing, right? We could denounce this dude. Denounce this bad boy. We're allied with Lafayette, so if Lafayette goes to war with him, then we will get a war. I think we're better off producing units, because I think we have a couple of golds here, right? So if we're gonna buy stuff, we'd prefer to buy buildings rather than settlers. Just in terms of thinking about buying a settler to be able to settle like this spot that we're gonna free up by taking out Yailan. Carthaginian and Yue also are appearing. Shout out to Carthage. Immortals living up to their name. True, true. They haven't died yet. Hey. Ah. Ah. Alright, we get ourselves our war. And the Magi, interestingly, has bonuses from defending inside his territory. So we have to overcome this +8 difficulty, but we have a bunch of bonuses on Xerxes. But we have to think through what we're going to get. Like, this is a 3-resource city. We probably want to think and try and evaluate and figure out if there's one particular city that's going to be quite nice for us. This city is in Waset, or that resource is in Waset. Waset might be the only city worth having. It does have Theodoric in it, and my understanding is you can steal cities, or steal wonders by taking out cities. So, I guess we get our war. I'm gonna have a singular resource adjacency here. I'm trying to think if there's anything we want to build. I guess we're kind of okay with the villa and the monument lasting for some time, and so building them here makes sense. We have negative happiness. Villa it is. Actually, we want to purchase buildings. We're gonna buy a villa. And now we can grow out this way. And then maybe we work on a monument, which now we could work this. Get a lot more production in there. I think we have another Suze in the one turn. Are we still raising a city? We are raising a city. We can Suze these guys actually too. That's fair enough. War never worth, simming always wins. Even if you get AI cities, they're built to trash. Yeah, they're not well formatted at all. They're poorly placed as well. Like, the districts are poorly placed, and they are poorly placed, so it's like a twofer. Seems like the Trump tariffs on Canada have finally come through, starting about 50 minutes ago. Time to boycott Generalist because he's American. Good luck with the trade war, boys. Yeah, pretty much. Sadly, we don't see them adding another series. They have support. I'm all for kicking Hoy out. Interesting. Let's add the turn. Let's try and catch up on chat. I'm very curious how long the tariffs will continue, considering it'll be pretty destructive to both of us. I don't know. He, like, ended it pretty quick because of pushback before. But, like, Canadians have been, like, starting to boycott American goods anyways. I don't know. I just think it's spectacularly bad and stupid. What can you do? What can man do against such reckless hate? Other than, quote, Lord of the Rings. Obviously. Espionage and strategy games also has been a pretty hard thing to do. Yeah, someone was recommending an espionage-only game that comes out sometime this year, which actually looked pretty interesting. I forget the name of it, though. I mean, we'll maybe... We don't like the tiles we would have to build over there to build that wonder in this city. We could go for research initiative. Not a huge fan of that. I guess we go fishing key. We could go fishing key in a lot of different places. Is there a heuristic upon which we want to decide how to get our +1 food? Well, if we have a quarter next to the capital, it gives us +1 stuff. Oh. This guy finds himself in a little bit of an annoying place. I guess, actually, instead of the key, let's build an immortal and then the key. It's a shame you can't complete multiple things in one turn. Oh, did I leave my commander open? I might have. Yikes. It's in our interest to tariff Canada and push away our allies, which has historically been the United States' strength. I don't think so. Tarkus and Fine Crisis going at it. A just result. Fine Crisis was a Tarkus chatter. Render onto Tarkus that which is Tarkus's. Americans don't benefit from the tariffs. Canadians don't. Russia, however, does. Yeah, the type of argument that you can make in which it's like pseudo good is that America gets to develop industries at home, but this is why you do targeted tariffs, not blanket tariffs. Blanket tariffs are just like saying we don't believe in comparative advantage and we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot, and like part of the way in which the United States got strong to begin with, we're just not about that anymore. The people who pay tariffs are the people who are the consumers, not like the individual countries, which is the... I don't know if I'll call it a common confusion, because I think that that's mildly patronizing, but that is some people's misunderstanding of tariffs. We have so many melee units, we're going to buy a ranged unit here. Just to make sure we don't lose Sparta. Market protection is one thing, blanket national tariffs, yeah. Flooding can bug off. Yeah, the flooding is so obnoxious in this game. Specifically, I wish there was a repair all button. That would improve the quality of life on that, like, considerably. We're gonna be able to Come through here, it looks like. And we heal up on that guy. Why don't we come here? Not miss micro this. No. We'd want these guys to switch places. But yeah, having all melees, there's not enough service area to get all the melees in. We like overbuilt melee units. Trump doing a good job so far. I don't want to see Biden doing anything to end the war. I mean, Trump is just rolling over and capitulating to Russia and giving them everything they want. So Ukraine's not going to agree to that. Europe's going to continue to support Ukraine. So the only way the war actually ends from the result of Trump's actions is if Trump actually starts helping Russia, which would be apocalyptic because Putin's a monster. But I still have suspicions. Tarkus, why do you consider Canada an ally to the US? What the hell, dude? They helped us out in Iraq. They helped us out in both the last world wars. They're one of our biggest trade partners. Also NATO, yeah. But we have the classic. Sorry, all the resorty viewers, to those who remain. We do have a bit of a politics argument. Ipu. Ipu. We're gonna need to do something about that. Exactly, General's cooking about the blanket tariffs. Yeah, I mean, tariffs can be, like, coherent, but, like, just saying we don't want to... Like, you do that to punish another country for being a bad actor on the international stage. Blanket tariffs is kind of the appropriate time to blanket tariff. And what exactly are we trying to punish Canada for in terms of international actions or something like this? And it's like, there's no list. Wasn't NATO the expansionist one? Repair all, that's a good idea. Yeah, that would make the quality of life would be so much better. Or if you could put on auto repair would also be nice. We would kind of be about that. We're going to buy another immortal with the understanding that we maybe have to get something done over here. And then we're going to build a Ballista up here. And I'm hoping 2 immortals and a Ballista will be enough. But not 100% sure. We're in their territory now, so we'll have a better combat bonus. We're going to get these guys out of the way and start bringing up these other guys. The guys who are low, rather. We'll get them out of the way. Oh, they are on a river. I didn't even notice. My sweet prince is magic. Rivers just, the AI doesn't really know how to, like, deal with the fact that there's a navigable river, and boats are just so powerful when in that context. And it looks like we have quite a bit of nav river here, actually, even. So, I think we're going to come in here and maybe buy another boat anyways. We didn't want to buy units, we generally wanted to build units, so we're going to build a galley. Cahokia we could upgrade into a city, but man, it's just not going to be very good. We can check the price. There's 17 turns. I'm not sure there's another 17 turns left. So, we'll do that. I think that's our only town. This is a town, but it can't be upgraded. Actually. Can't say because YouTube would not let me. All I'm going to say is they have a very disproportionate amount of... Yeah. A certain ethnic or religious group. Yeah. I think Meier Frudig is probably Mahmud, the ban evader at this point. We're gonna be more aggressive about it, so we're just gonna give him the bob. Because he's typing exactly like him, doing the same points, and kind of opened with an argumentative stance at the beginning. Normally we let people talk, but this is the first time he's chatted in our chat, and he's chatting exactly like the Banivator who has multiple accounts, so just as an explanation to the viewers, that's why we're bopping him. NATO has no right to judge. The list of other countries that have, like, the notion of expansion and the way NATO's doing expansion and the way Putin's doing expansion are two different things. Putin's annexing territory. There's, like, a very substantive difference between annexing territory and adding people to NATO. Right? And the list of people who have added, you know, territory is incredibly short. You know, post-World War II, you have Milosevic, you have Saddam Hussein, and you have Vladimir Putin. And those are the boys. I think he can't break through here, so we won't need to buy another unit. I guess we can construct a unit here. Unfortunately, we don't have anything better to build. Actually, you know what? Let's build this guy here, and then here, we actually have a decent... No, we don't have anything to build. Shoot. Oh, we didn't like the way, the spot we could build the Wonder. Yeah, we can't build the Wonder here. We could buy in this place here, maybe something that's reasonable. I don't hate buying a granary and then a brickyard here. I think that'll get us going a little bit faster, and then we'll get to go here, and we'll get to get the sheep a little bit faster. Some quicker expansion. Yeah. Meier Fridig was 1000% Mahmud. Yeah, I mean, I was fairly confident because he was largely typing the same and also seemed like he was going out of his way to not tick the boxes that I had expressed as the reasoning before. But fundamentally, if we ban you once, we're just going to keep banning you. If we are aware that it's you or something like this. Right? If you've been ban-worthy in the past, we will continue to ban. Unless there's like an unban request or something like this. I don't know. We don't have that system right yet, though, at this point. I think I'm okay having the people who I banned just stay banned. Mods generally aren't banning that many people, so... In terms of what we got going on. Carthaginian, we must save them. Just kidding. I swear to God, if this settler settles the area that we want to, we will be not very happy. Who wants to keep it going? Not Trump? Well, like... God, we've talked about this so much in the past, like, week. Because we had the, like, 19-hour charity stream for Ukraine, but... We could do this. I think we probably don't die. We're gonna run away, though. Just look to heal up and let the other guy handle it. I mean, we don't have a unit down there, but we could get a unit down there. We're gonna use the... Ooh, we're already running our thing. I think we're gonna try and... Oop, we can't do multiple of those steel things. What buildings do you think are the must build at start, or does it depend? I think it depends, but production is kind of stronger than food. Once your population gets going, I think is the biggest heuristic. And I think that, like, generally the production warehouse buildings are a little bit cheaper, so as a class, leaning into at least one of those in every settlement makes a lot of sense, I think. Stay out of each other's business implies that both sides should be able to wage war, basically. Is the, like, live and let live, but then, like, I expect Trump to put his foot on Zelensky's back as well. And if that starts occurring, that's not, like, live and let live anymore. But the keep moving the goalpost is the idea. I think that we go with a monument here. Blacksmith's kind of okay, but it's not going to scale that well into later ages. I guess saw pit's really construction efficient. We're going to put it on top of... Is there a spot we have where we really don't care about the adjacency? Not really. We also have a really nice oracle spot. Let's go for the oracle. It's like in the middle of everything. It's going to give a bunch of adjacencies. Get an amphitheater. I think we're going to build it here. Or let's build it here. 2 mountain adjacency. This is what we're here for. Something like this. We should have moved the commander first. That was a little bit of a mistake. Brickyard saw pit, library monument, black market blacksmith. Well, I think that oh yeah, that's a good shout. I think in particular you want to make sure you're stacking the right class of buildings on top of each other though. The ageless buildings, you don't want to put specialists on top of them, so you kind of want to stack the ageless buildings with each other, or the ageless buildings with buildings that are going to scale well into other ages, to kind of try and answer your question. So, like, a monument kind of scales well. Basically, the ones that scale well are going to be either the secondary tier buildings, so not the library, but rather the laboratory is going to scale better into the later age because the base yields are better, or also stuff that gives influence is also going to scale better. Like we already built the one that gives influence. I'm not sure where we put it. The villa, for example, gives influence, and so stacking this on top of a ageless building is not too bad, because the villa will be nice to keep around in subsequent ages, and so overbuilding over it is not as good. And you kind of want to have the buildings that you really want to build over are going to be ones that get really nice adjacencies. So here we have the amphitheater, really nice adjacency because it's next to a natural wonder, even though it's a secondary tier building. And so building over this is just fine with us, because we want to stack adjacency bonuses, and specialists boost adjacency bonuses. And so because specialists are boosting the adjacency bonuses, you want to put specialists on, like, good tile spots. So, for example, we actually probably should not have built this here because this is next to 2 resources. So it's going to be good for production buildings and science buildings. This is going to be good for culture buildings and happiness buildings. Actually, we have several adjacent to 2 resource slots here. But, for example, this tile right here is insane. We would not want to put an ageless building here. We have a barracks and a blacksmith. They are giving us 19 production because they're benefiting +1 for each of these. And eventually we want to stack a bunch of specialists here because it's actually getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus an additional 1 for the wonder adjacencies. Just so very, very, very strong tile. I work on an AI mod for Civ 7, and I'm just curious if there's a preferred important set of buildings initially at this point. The AI would probably be better if you made them really avoid stacking ageless on top of non-ageless, and also food buildings in general are bad. So avoiding food buildings, probably. Like, the garden's probably never worth building. Like, ever. Like, you just categorically should not build that building. Because by the time you can build it, it's not good. Food is only really good early on. The scaling of food just, like, needs to be improved, though. It's, like, really bad. So... I'm not sure if we raised that city or not. What else do we need to do in order to hit the military? We need 3 more. I wonder what happens to raising a city if and it gets the age ends or whatever while you're raising it. Kinda, I don't know the problem with your country's needs. Its own should always come first before every other government. That hasn't been true for a long time, sadly. No, I mean, you get stuff done internationally as a result of countries working together. And that's, like, why you have, like, a state of affairs where all countries are just attacking each other is just bad. War is hell. And you promote... by having networks of alliances, you prevent that stuff, and you have a deterrent, and you have the peace dividend, and people don't need to spend as much, like, money waging war. Like, as a proportion of their economies, like, during the Victorian era, much more was spent on warfare, like, by governments, and this was to, like, nobody's benefit. Russia, when nations join NATO, be like, that's aggressive, without realizing that these countries are willingly joined in NATO in hopes that they will not be invaded by Russia. No, it's just like this, like, I'm not aggressive, you're not aggressive. I'm not a fascist, you're not a fascist thing in regards to Russia. Let's see. We're not importing any resources. Perfect. We are not importing any resources. We wanted to build this, and then we saw the tiles we could build it on, and we said, nope, nope, nope. I guess we could just build a settler and see how things go. And then we'll heal off of taking that guy out, and then move towards Ipu. And we have the commander coming in as well here. What neighbor of Ukraine was invaded? Ukraine was invaded. You tell him, Tarkus. Georgia was fairly near Ukraine and was invaded as well. Belarus is being ruled over by a Russian stooge. I want to say Lukashenko, but for whatever reason, I feel like I'm saying... No, Yanukovych was the Ukrainian stooge. Lukashenko, I think it's Lukashenko in Belarus, he lost an election, and then he's like, you know what, I'm not leaving. And the foreign power that propped him up was Vladimir Putin. So right on the doorstep, like, you don't even need Tarkus's, like, bro, Ukraine was invaded. Right on the doorstep, there is a leader that is being propped up by Russia. Now, it's not a hot invasion, but, like, you want to talk about thumbs and pies. And then Russia has, like, the gall to be like, the United States is interfering with, like, Orange Revolution in Ukraine. What is the Ukrainian people who wanted to, you know, evict Yanukovych? Yeah, that's gonna be strong. But, alas. Would you call France a puppet of America? We've actually seen a lot of people call France and Britain a puppet of America. Which, like, America definitely leans on them, but, like, puppet is such a fat stretch. A vassal, certainly. It's a leaning that can be done as a consequence of the interconnectedness of the nations, but America also doesn't ask for anything apocalyptic from the countries that are allied with it. And you could tell because a lot of these countries are now throwing shade at America, and the notion that, like, they're going to get stuff out of America is, like, crazy. What America has against a lot of these countries is leverage, but we're going to lose the leverage because they're going to figure out their own thing. Like, Canada and Canadians are building pipelines so they don't have to sell to the U.S., and this is very much the entire point. And so right now America has a lot of leverage because they export a ton of gas. But, like, that's not going to be the case for very long, because the Canadians are like, you know what, we're out. We're going to build pipelines to the sea like we should have before, because they figured that America was never going to, like, betray them, like, by just tariffing everything 25%, and then it happens. And then now the leverage will be gone. And what Trump is trying to do is he's just trying to utilize every bit of leverage when, like, you don't have leverage against, like, countries you're, like, enemies with because you're not giving them anything currently. And, like, you have leverage on allies, generally. Because you could just, like, withhold, like, the good faith, like, agreements that you have with them. That's, like, that you should do it in order to, like, squeeze, like, Canada for some rubles is, like, kind of ridiculous. We gotta catch up in chat. Oracle feels like a garbage wonder on its own, though. Yeah, it is pretty bad. The reason why we're doing Oracle is more to do with producing adjacencies. Like, Oracle right here plays pretty nice. Like, here is going to be +3. I guess we did brick our 2 resource adjacency here. Maybe that was actually, like, a bad place for an Oracle. You know what, you might be right. US could strong any EU country into doing what it wants. Not over the long term. And also, they tried to strong-arm Canada and weren't very successful. Although, to be fair, annexation is a special kind of strong-arm, right? Here, we'll get rid of culture on the palace and do combat in enemy lines. I mean, I guess what we're doing is we're, like, making exceptionally weak them. I don't know how worth it that is. I don't want it to move that guy, man. I guess it's not the end of the world, but it's not exactly what I wanted. We got the tactics civic AU. Why are the Europeans rallying? Why are the Europeans rallying behind Ukraine? Excellent counterpoint. If if the U.S. was actually in charge of everything and wanted to pull support from Ukraine, it would lean on the Europeans, and the Europeans would pull support. And France refused to fight in Iraq. I know less about the France-Iraq situation, so I'll not comment on it. Trump has cut them loose. He either has, like, they're either vassals or they're not, like, and the thing is, it's leverage. It's not a threatening authoritarian, like, top-down relationship, like the relationship between Russia and Belarus. There's, like, a substantive difference. This, like, cut them loose thing is, like, it's either one thing or it's, like, not the thing, man. They're either vassals or they're, like, not. Like, if you had vassals and your goal was to have vassals, you wouldn't just cut them loose. That doesn't make any sense. I guess we could do research initiative, man. We have to get it on the archer backline. I guess we should have positioned a little bit differently. I mean, we're getting decent bonuses. I think Persia is giving us plus, like, 6-ish. Let's take our civic tree. We're getting 3 from just the country by itself. You have to also catch up with chat, but we're getting 3 from the country by itself. That's not the civics thing. This is the civics thing. We're getting 3 from the country itself. Oh, this isn't the thing either. And then we're getting +3 in enemy territory. So in total +6, but we have to be in enemy territory. I think that conditionality is, like, really negative. How much do you prioritize wonders? Does it depend on the wonder? Are there some wonders that must have in your mind? There's quite a big power level difference in the wonders. The wonders, I feel, get prioritized more because we care about age progress than their actual power level. Like, on a per construction basis, the wonders are generally weak. But the wonders are an objective in their own right, rather than, like, being instrumentally useful. They're useful because they provide value themselves. Or they are something towards which you having powerful things, this gets you, if that makes sense. Like, I said that poorly. Well, hopefully we didn't, yeah. We have to slot 6 more resources somehow. We didn't get a lot of slottables with this roll. Overall, this, like, in terms of this leg of a run, this feels super weak, but we're weakened in an abstract sense. The fact that we're taking one person off the map in Ancient Age is, like, somewhat substantive. All of Europe was 100% militarily and economically dependent on us, saying the opposite is delusional. They were. They're looking to get not dependent. That dependency gave us the United States leverage. The United States is losing the leverage. Like, that's different than a coercive vassal state relationship, which is much more, like, substantive in that way. You know what you could do, the person who's looking for the AI, if they really like building granaries when they have really low pop, and then other than that they kind of hate it, that might be like a decent shout. We're going to build one here. And then we know we're going to get a saw pit eventually. We're going to saw pit here. Because we don't want any funny business there. We want to make sure we get that slottable resource. And then we're going to pick up the sheep here. Which incidentally is going to... Let's actually... Can we really not... Holy UI, man. Yeah, this is fine enough. American Army, absolutely the most powerful expeditionary force on the Earth. However, France, UK, and Germany also have field independent expeditionary forces. One of the problems is they're relying on the US technology, though. Like, from their perspective. The US is okay with that. Obviously. I heard bad things about Civ 7. Yeah, it's a little rough around the edges. We're having a lot of fun with it. We're starting to get bogged down in the political chat here, though. Close your eyes. They're coming for us here. Not like this. I think we're gonna lose a unit here, but it's not the end of the world. This is gonna let us take out Kerman at a reasonable kind of time scale. We're taking the side of peace. Would you rather have nuclear war? Now it seems like you're changing a little bit of a subject, right? But ultimately, whoever's responsible for nuclear war is the person who's firing the missiles. You're talking about an aggressor who loves, like, saber rattling and say, if you do this, it'll be a provocation, and then I'll fire the nukes. And in that context, the person who's responsible for the nuclear war is going to be the person who like, is threatening to fire the nukes over not wanting you to interfere with his attempt to annex a territory of a foreign state, and then decides to fire it. And so maybe you're of the argument that, hey, US should stick out of it and do this type of thing, but then why would you ever want to normalize relations with Russia at the same time if Putin is such a monstrous, like, enemy that is creating this potential for nuclear war, because that's exactly what's going on. We're gonna pee-poo. Lukaschenko. The Hitler comparison is so unbelievably bad faith. No, it's not. It's actually like the narrative of appeasement is actually, it's the perfect example in regards to appeasement specifically. We built a settler not knowing where we wanted to settle. If we settled like right where we had just tore down a city, that'd be kind of amusing. I'm not sure the settler ever gets one off though, to be honest. I guess we'll move him here and we'll try and figure it out. Putin is old. Changing the subject again, find crisis. So he's old, so we should just let him do what he wants. Like the grandpa who doesn't know what he's saying, we just let him do whatever. The stronger claim of puppet, America is Australia, I'd say. European countries are less dependent than the Pacific theater. Does US lean on Australia that much? I mean, you're Australian, so you would have a better finger on the pulse of that. I think even if even if it applies more to Australia than Europe, like it's still probably inappropriate for both, but oh man, you guys are getting real far ahead. Trump is just angry about the terrible USMCA deal that was signed by a stupid and previous incompetent president. Are you talking about the deal that Putin signed with Canadians? Because Putin did sign the most, or sorry, not Putin, Trump, Freudian slip there. Trump was the one who did make the last agreement with Canadians, the last trade agreements. I'm actually asking. I'm not sure if this is a tongue-in-cheek like thing where it's like he's mad at the last idiot, and the last idiot's him. I guess by the time you read that, the answer will be like pretty far off. Democrats caused Putin to invade Ukraine. Hunter Biden, it was the laptop. Yeah, basically. How come Putin didn't invade Crimea or Ukraine when a Republican was in office? He absolutely invaded Crimea, but if you want to talk about Putin expanding and talk about the party of the person in office, he absolutely attacked Georgia when Bush was in office. So there's only one U.S. president in which he's not attacked a foreign power, which is Trump, incidentally, but it's a spheres of influence. Yeah, the spheres of influence as a status quo is terrible. That's how you get imperialism, expansionism, and an eventual like nationalistic build-up to the previous world wars. Like, oh, actually, we want this guy to come back and deal with that Magi. He didn't think Ukraine joining NATO is acceptable. He thought invading he could keep Ukraine in line. He quickly thought he could win the war quickly. Yeah, technically speaking, in order to join NATO, you have to have resolved territorial integrity. Right? So after the invasion of Crimea, Putin could have just kept Crimea because the international order didn't recognize that. And then Ukraine would never be able to be admitted into NATO as long as there was a disagreement on territorial integrity. And, like, if your goal is to just keep Ukraine out of NATO, you could have just maintained that status quo rather than attack them again. Attacking them again doesn't accomplish what just, like, maintaining the status quo would. So it's, like, disingenuous to suggest that that's, like, all he cared about. He was, like, imperialistic. He wanted territory. Just holding on to Crimea would have made it impossible for Ukraine to join NATO. Because a country that is currently being invaded can't join NATO. Although I guess if everyone in NATO agrees to it, but I think that, like, that's, like, their charter system or whatever. Or, it's probably not even called charter. I don't know why I said the word charter. Why should America respect the sphere of influence of an aggressive totalitarian nation? Yep. We actually are going to want to probably try and peel a better thing off of Caesar, just generally. Now, not a lot of stuff can go on the river. We need at least one river tile for a grist mill later, and I think we kind of want a grist mill. God, we don't want to brick this tile. This is like one of our better tiles, man. We want it down here, actually, is the problem. I guess we'll set ourselves up for, like, working in adjacency on some other thing. We'll do that. And then here, we'll cancel this and go Academy. And then I think this is a +6? This is a +7. Yeah, so this is the idea. This has the adjacencies we want. +1 immortal. Soon he will be reborn. A little neat narrative event here. Cool. Still picking up resources, which kind of feels a little bit bad, to be honest. In order to try and make use of our Civ, we've like worked tiles that we wouldn't otherwise work, in order to try and build the unique unit, which like kind of has slowed us down, I think. What do we really need? I think we could use some science. We could use some culture. I guess we could use the culture more. So let's go for the codexes. We are running out of time. How many codices do we need? Oh boy. We need a lot of codices. Yikes. Because we didn't get the cultural thing that gives the extra codexes. Yeah. I don't know, this run feels rough. As a Canadian, we wouldn't find Russia a very appealing friend, even as an alternative to the US. We aren't trusting Putin any more than Trump. Yeah. I guess we pause the turn. We're gonna come around this way. Yeah, the overall, like, the way in which our investment has occurred, the fact that you have really significant combat penalties made it feel like we had to stack, like, or bonus, yeah, penalties makes it feel like you have to stack all the bonuses. By the time we stack the bonuses, we're kind of late for military to feel particularly snowball-y, and peeling cities off the AI generally seems kind of bad because they settle really bad cities. It's better just to expand on your own. Because the US is a new country, we have 100% artificial borders. I mean, like every country kind of has artificial borders to some degree, depending on what you mean by artificial. I'm not going to have a siege weapon here. I'm not sure we're going to be able to take Nekeb like this. But we could decide what city we want, but I think what we want is Wasset. Unfortunately. So... I think we start fortifying up. Yeah, the fact that we have to be on attack also just plays really badly with like a lot of the play patterns. Because now we're at a point where, like, yeah, we would want to attack here. Or not attack, just play defense. Just a question, who set up the system that Trump is trying to dismantle? Also, why is it so bad for Europe to be economically and militarily dependent on the US? Who set up the system that Trump is trying to dismantle? I think you'd have... I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. You'd have to be more specific. If you're talking about NATO, the US, I believe, started NATO. America's greatly benefited from having a more dependent Europe. Why would you want them to give up such leverage? It also allows, like, the U.S. to project soft power in a whole bunch of ways. Like, our ability to do stuff around the world is contingent upon us having military bases all over the place. Having alliances is one of the ways you have military bases all over the place. If you just want to, like, abdicate from, like, that sort of position of influencing stuff on the world stage, like, you can. It's not connected. We probably have a lot of gold right now. 61. Not as much as we thought, actually. So we'll place this here. Double resource adjacency for the +7. Sparta. We'll take a quick look at it. Yikes. The Magi up there. Being a little bit annoying. We're sending this guy to deal with him, though. I mean, I guess we could go for Nekmeb specifically, rather than down here. I think the fact that we have 2 ships and can bombard them is, like, really substantive, though. Yeah, we're so far behind in the political shadow, though. Find Crisis, you keep changing the subject in just, like, a crazy-ass way, man. Like, I don't think you're, like, a bot, but, like... Dog. Like... Have you ever considered just, like, writing down what you think is just, like, important? And then, like... Because, like, whatever it is, it's just, you're looking for a new reason to justify, like, the invasion, right? It doesn't seem like a principled, like, singular thing that you're focusing on. The Ukraine were not facing persecution. That's a Russia propaganda point. Some of the like narratives that like Russians are being discriminated against in Ukraine have to do with like them like enforcing like the like national language in schools, being like Ukrainian. The United States notably does not have a national language, by the way. Oh, Ipu's our ally. Here we are just getting ready to, like, take out Ipu. That's not gonna happen. Overlord doesn't lead on a puppet, it's the other way around. Wait, what are you even talking about? Overlord absolutely leads on their puppet. I guess it depends what you mean by leaning. I mean forcing them to do something when I'm saying leaning. We have to be on the attack, and now war weariness. They have 4+4 from horses, defending rough terrain, determined combat ability. So now it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? Yeah, because Xerxes' bonus is you have to be attacking. But the Persia one is too, so like we just aren't gonna have the stats on defense. So we're not gonna have access to the good play patterns. See, we take 44 damage, man. Really not overall kind of thrilled with this. Like us to try and play the slow style where we're fortifying up and moving stuff forward and this type of stuff, it's just not gonna work. I don't think. We have to be attacking. Like it feels win more-ish, I guess, as well. Because it's good if you're already winning, but Bush got a shoe thrown him in Georgia. That's true. Turkey is in NATO despite Kurdistan. The point is idiotic. Oh, I need to see what the point was. Journalist does not know what he's talking about. Talking about the annexing of foreign territory. I have to look into that more. Yeah, I suppose that was like... The short list has gotten a little bit longer, right? Because it also includes, like, Netanyahu now, because he's taking land in the Golan Heights. Although, technically, that's not a resolved war, so that's a little bit more complicated. In regards to Syria, they never signed a peace treaty with Israel. But yeah, the Kurdistan stuff's more recent. Left a link of your off-topic chat in Disco, at journalists. You ping me? CIA involvement in the Whitlam dismissal. Oh, interesting. I'll look at it later. Kurdish people have never been granted a state despite multiple promises by the US government in exchange. Well, it's not a really fair comparison to Ukraine. I think that what I said is something about, like, taking foreign territory, but, like, it would have been Syrian territory. Like, I do think Turkey has taken Syrian territory, right? So I think if his objection is to my point, like, that's actually fair. But if you want to talk about, like, the fucking over the Kurds, Trump's, like, creative withdrawal, let's say, didn't help them out too much. But I mean, I'm willing to, like, move that around a little bit. Zelensky's raving about NATO like an absolute madman. He's desperate to join. Of course. He's tired of watching his people die, man. That must be so brutal. Dude, Zelensky looks so stressed out. Just because he's stressed out, though, doesn't mean, like... Or, like, wants to join NATO, doesn't mean, like, he's malicious. I feel like that's what that comment is implying. Or that he's trying to get one over on someone else. Like, yeah. 58% of the population of Crimea is ethnically Russian. Like, that's not how, like, the ethnic profile doesn't justify, like, invasion or this type of thing. Because otherwise there'd be, like, pockets in the United States where you'd be like, oh, well, they should be able to join XYZ country or leave or this type of thing. That's not how, like, international stuff works. We just straight up can't kill these cavalry things. I don't even think they're not even... Are they an upgrade ahead of us? They're tier 2, right? And we're tier 2 as well? Yeah, man. Just rough spot, it feels like. Oh, we lose a unit tier 2? I don't know, this feels bad. We have to be on offense, but, like, so we can't, like, fortify and then defend. It's quite a lot more maneuvering. Again, though, we wiped one person off the map, so, like, that's something. You're gonna take the poll that Russia did in Crimea and going to consider a referendum? Yeah, I mean, the Crimean people, like, when the Soviet Union fell, voted to not be a part of Russia. So, like, in terms of, like, what the people want. Yeah, the talking about trusting the media makes you like a sheep is like it's quite a bit different when the journalists aren't falling out the windows in the U.S. generally speaking, whereas the windows that write stuff critical of Putin do find their way out of windows fairly often. There's like a substantive difference in that regard that makes like one country's like journalists a bit more trustworthy than the others. Find Crisis is a bot, a Russian bot. He just doesn't know it. I think he's been, yeah. I don't think he's a bot. I just think he's earned their or receptive to their talking points. Let's say. He could be a bot though. Oh, we gotta catch up on chat to make sure that Mahmoud isn't back. The contingency plan when Ukraine loses an argument. We lost this argument ages ago when you told me yesterday Putin wait till he dies and appease him endlessly. Something like that. I mean, like, I think that you just keep, or like, the thing is, like, it's the constant topic shifting rather than, like, responding to the objection that gets me. Right? It's just different point, response, different point, response, different point, response. And there's never, like, a response to that response. Right? Because, like,
I count the grains of sand on the beach.
I get it. Apparently English is the official language of the US now, according to Trump's recent executive order. The executive order doesn't make it so. It's still not the official language, but I did hear about that, yeah. Maybe I should... The United States still doesn't have an official language, but maybe I should be a little bit more careful with how I word that. The impersonator? Wait, what the hell? Did someone impersonate Find Crisis? Yeah, if there's an impersonator, Tarkus, you can always ban. I woke up randomly hearing my name and looked at chat and see it's an impersonator. What the hell? Oh man. So chat, this is what I'm talking about. Apparently, someone really doesn't like what we have to say about Ukraine and Putin for this to be worth the effort. Like, one of the reasons why I'm inclined to think that it's not a Russian troll is because I have a hard time imagining that I am somehow worth the Russian troll's time. But this is kind of exactly what we wanted, is we wanted to get the additional adjacencies by building next to the capital and finishing a quarter for the +1 on the science and the gold. That's why we put the key there initially. But yeah, I mean, I guess he was constantly just changing the subject, new point, changing the subject. That was like the same MO. Because Tarkus, he's impersonated you before too. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Man, that do be kind of obnoxious though, eh? Lighthouse is interesting because it's easy to get a lot of adjacencies. Like, the base yields aren't very good, and it's an end-age building, so it's, like, kind of a bit rough because you're just going to be stuck on, like this for some time, and then it gives -2 happiness, but, like, +3 gold, it's worth it, right? Kind of worth it. Like, monument base yields are, like, much better. This monument is going to get bricked or built over if we build it there, though. So we're going to look to put it someplace where it doesn't get built over as easy. See, we want to work the clay pit is the problem here. eventually, but like building around those things is just a little bit on the rough side. That makes a lot of sense. You got baited. I got baited too. Because Fine Crisis is definitely Putin sympathetic adjacent. You got so baited. I should the alarm bell should have rung when like Fine Crisis started doing that immediately after the guy got banned, right? Never gonna recover. Maybe the Russian bots were the friends we made along the way, though, right? I still don't know if I buy that, but just every turn, they're dying, like, one at a time, these immortals. They're like the opposite of immortal. Yeah, this is not going well. We're almost done with this age, though. I think that we don't continue this run because we're going to play Carthage tomorrow, but is there a way to escalate a report if they're subverting bans and intimidating other users? This is getting ridiculous. They're using a VPN. When you YouTube IP bans, YouTube IP bans, they're still getting around it, so they're using a VPN. So there's not really necessarily a lot. It is the same person. Yeah, they do crash like all of our streams at this point. Used to be able to go directly to channel from this chat, but now you can't even do that to see if it's real. I think I can. Wait, what? $87. Yikes. We're waiting on the growth event to happen. I think we have to beeline here. As quickly. We're gonna do this because there's more river buildovers that are useful. Hey, the immortal lived this time. He was truly immortal. Except we're like losing this. That's even with the fortification down, man. God. I actually just hate this civ. Our like pure combat bonus thing just like feels bad because we couldn't get inside of his territory, so we're not getting all the combat bonuses, and it's only on like offense, not defense, and it's just like it just feels like we just aren't getting like what we need most of the time. And we can't make use of like various strategies that are useful normally in terms of defending this. Breaking news: a country being attacked once its defense alliance. Yeah. Actually, this means my accusations that Fine Crisis is bot were actually correct, so I'm still Sigma. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a bot, it's a troll. Or, well, I mean, we can call him a bot, I guess. Unfortunately, this is not the higher tier Navy unit. The higher tier Navy unit slaps super hard. Like, we might be able to run back and get upgrades, though. I don't think we have it, though. No, I think we stole the tech. So this tech, yeah. The quadraim. Particularly strong. My kingdom for never getting flooded again. Thank you. Shiny fighting this war like Ukraine fighting Russia? No. I'm just doing my best. It's not as heroic. Was that Mahmoud? Yeah, it was. Was Mahmoud pro-Russia? Yeah, 100%. Mahmoud on 2 computers writing as another fake account and another as fake Fine Crisis. Yep, that's what was going on. Or I mean, maybe it is a Russian troll farm. Because that would make sense if he got a friend to help him out. Like, on the computer next to him. So wild, dude. Because the first bot, like, asked a Victoria 3 question, but it was, like, a very superficial Victoria 3 question. And so I was like... And then immediately started arguing, right? So I was like, And then we banned him very quick. And then Mahmud popped off. Or Find Crisis bot. Okay, this is an insane specialist even now. So maybe we want that. Do we want construction wonder speed? Or culture per turn? I think we'd rather take the culture per turn. We actually have a ton of production. Oh, I guess maybe we want to build some wonders here. Oh, we wanted to work that tile. We'd like cleared out like really well that empty space. There's also a decent wonder tile. Yeah. Yeah, I think we made a mistake with the positioning on that. Actually, maybe we didn't. That has a double resource adjacency. I think we'd even want to keep it for the double resource adjacency, so we were just full kidding. Damn, man. We're not being very careful about not age ending here. I think we just kind of want to get through it. Oh, interesting. So we'll give a nice one here. I'm not sure if we end up working it, but... yeah. All those years at the academy wasted. It feels really bad. I mean, we could have brought more military behind, but we're just in a context where we like the units just feel so weak. Maybe this is, I think this is probably just categorically true. We'll work this tile. After this, I don't think there's any other tiles we want to work, so it's all specialists and that type of thing. Can we kill him? No, we can't. I wonder if we could do this. City's almost raised, though, at least. If we get really deep in here, we might be able to, like, mess with the AI enough that we can get something done. ChatGPT read all messages from you to find Crisis and chat in the stream as him. No, but he was talking like Mahmud a little bit. I love this chat, man. So much crazy shit. Yeah, I guess. To some extent, like, I think a lot of people watch or enjoy the Mahmud arguments, but I don't think that they're productive. Maybe there are if people enjoy them, I don't know. That's a, like, different kind of thing. Looks like UA is getting dispersed here. Now I'm gonna need a Myers-Briggs personality test from every chatter right now. Find Crisis also, I think, doesn't capitalize as much as Mahmud does. Journalist has allowed the IRL dislike for Iran to make him hate Persia in game. Not like this. Not like this. What's funny is this single boat is actually going to eventually be able to take this city out, despite us not being able to generate a push here. Are you into twinks? Yeah, just ban them. Those are both Mahmuds, yeah. Oh, Blue Moo is not a bot though. I hope you didn't ban Blue Moo. Blue Moo's a consistent chatter, not like this. Can you unban Blue Moo? Blue Moo is not a bot. Should you get help this guy? My guy Tark now needs therapy. Ultraweed's definitely not a bot, by the way. How do we unban? No! How do you unban on Twitch? Blue is not a bot. All like this. Blue is just trolling. Like normal trolling. He's talking about Zizek being the modern day Diogenes. Asking if Manchuria has the opium addiction like Ching. Very normal chatting. We're gonna push codexes, but this is gonna be a rough one. Also, we've been very distracted in terms of like trying to accomplish as much of these as possible. God, I don't even know if we're gonna golden anything with the way things are going right now. Not like this. Banning legitimate businessmen. Alright, Huron's not connected, so we're gonna buy a merchant in here. That's an expensive ass merchant, man. I was never banned, was I? You got banned for a very short period of time. It's actually funny, you know, you complained in one of your last streams, you got a lot of unpleasant people in chat recently, when that was all one person. Yeah, that was a 1-year-old subscription from Opie, who has never spoken on this channel before, so I'm inclined to think that that was Mahmoud. Man, I wonder how many accounts they have. See, that's the like kind of the question, isn't it? There's a finite number because in order to chat on stream, you have to have an account for a certain period of time, which is why all the accounts are like 1 year old. Yeah, we just can't beat the charioteers, man. To be fair, okay, how much do they have? A lot of bonuses? No, they're only using like one of the bonuses you get on as like Augustus or Caesar or whatever. God. Make it stop. I think we come here and use... Oh no, wait, we don't come there. I was gonna say, and use that guy to defend the thing. But... I mean, there's a decent settle down here. I don't think we're getting there in time. We could maybe try and go around, though. Go past Carthage. Maybe they'll let us come by. Should have checked your account. Yeah, that's targets. Click on their... I think you could check their chat history. And it's mainly, like, if they've never chatted before and they just jump in super antagonistic, then it is, the bots. Or not the bots, the trolls. Yeah. Add to block list and restream chat. Turns out Journalism is a relevant 500 sub YouTuber and the rest of us are fake Mahmoud subs. Can you imagine? I just had to ban another guy. Hopefully I got that right. Yeah. Man, they're really coming out, though, after the anti-Putin stream. I guess maybe it tracks. I'm still not sure I buy it, but... it feels so bad having to snake our way all around just to get to the wool here. This will have a lot of adjacencies. It'll be a nice spot for our market. It doesn't brick the tiles, which may be something we want. I'm playing all I hear is banned. Yeah, I mean, we have someone keep coming in with using alternate accounts and VPNs. I wonder what the micros like that is for, because it takes them a few minutes to be able to do it. The last CBT session was pretty cute. We've got another one. Amazing. Really boosts our engagement. I wonder if we could talk to YouTube about this. Probably not. I have no idea how they would be able to do anything about it. God, minor defeat. The truth hurts. I guess we go after him. We should have shot first. That way we get to finish him off. Just gonna assume that every sus message is Mahmoud. I mean, they said that they were originally from your chat, but Journalist is 250k sub Andy. The OGs will remember the Mahmoud days, basically. I mean, it's like, the thing is like, YouTube does, like, they IP ban, so he's using a VPN every single time. Which, like, begs the question how many VPNs he has. But if you have, like, if you have one dude, like, who all they do all day is they make new accounts, like, with new emails or whatever, then in theory there's, like, basically unlimited accounts. I knew YouTube would do much, but to try and pressure Spiffing Brit to tweet about it might, do work. Yeah. Thanks to his good friend Tarkus, Journalist does have an in with Spiffing Brit. Spiff watched my videos before, though. I mean his marble video. I was one of the marbles. Tarkus did make sure that I actually got chat permissions in the Discord, though. I was just in Spiff's Discord with 0 chat permissions for the longest time. To be fair, I don't really chat there very much, but... I doubt YouTube would do... Oh, yeah. Thanks to his good... Oh, okay. But I don't know, he's a busy guy. Spiff? Yeah. And, like, Spiff strikes me... I guess I don't really have a proper frame of reference for this evaluation. Maybe I shouldn't make it. But I get the... I am guessing he would not want to make a statement that would be regarded as political, generally speaking. And so... You'd probably want to avoid the Russian troll thing. Maybe we're just supposed to settle right here, where we just leveled the city. It was the city we wanted all along. Oh, to be fair, we have, like, super negative on this. But, like, I don't think this makes a difference. Not a substantive one. I think we want to settle this tile. If we can. I don't think we're going to get to. Yeah, just really not liking the power level of this overall. I mean, we have gold. We could be playing tighter. Could be buying, like, buildings and a bunch of stuff. That was a good tile to work, but that is a double adjacency, and now our next growth, we bought a good, yeah, no, it's a double adjacency, and now we'll be able to go after the incense earlier. Oh, what the hell? Didn't even notice that guy. That is a bit of a problem. What are your PC specs? We have an AMD Ryzen 5600. As our processor. And we have 16 gigabytes of RAM. And like kind of an old graphics card. I thought Spiff mostly does exploit videos. Yeah, and he appeals to like a pretty wide audience, so I think generally the people who are try and do that try and really avoid saying political stuff. And I wouldn't wanna put Spiff in a weird spot that he doesn't want to be in. Oh, this just needs in order to get a connection. We can get a connection, we just have to get a port. This isn't a big deal. We could go altar into key. Buying an altar this late in the age feels really stupid, though. Yeah. We don't have that many military units because we lost them all. Minus gold and food in towns with a specialization. We have our town, like this one has a specialization, but we could just put it on growth. Something like this. Didn't we buy a unit here? Wait, we didn't? We can't? Bro, that sucks. Sucks targeting that? I don't know. I guess Cahokia kind of sucks as a city though, so I guess we don't really hate if it gets raised. Yeah, no, we bought a unit, we can't get there in time. Alright. You share your PC? No. I generally use the Wii, just like in terms of talking when I'm streaming. I'm 98% sure there's Mahmoud above me. I mean, it's the first time he's chatted. That did, it's the first time he's chatted with a 1-year-old account, so. I hate nobody more than apolitical YouTubers. Imagine living in 2025 in Britain and being like, the status quo is just fine. It's not that it's fine, it's just that you lose viewers when you express opinions. And it's, like, safer to just not do that. In terms of like making money and having a maximally big audience, you get these like, I mean, eventually it lead up. I don't begrudge YouTubers for doing it. I just don't do it myself. Some rando asking PC specs. Tark Mahmoud spotted. Yeah. Tarkus is he's jumping it a little bit. He banned he banned one person that very much should not have been banned. But the heuristic of have they ever chatted before, do they immediately start an argument is pretty good. I mean, eventually Mahmoud can circumvent that if he wants, but he has to be patient, and he doesn't seem to have much patience. Or can't really argue. Man, they're just like infinite changing subjects. I wonder if that's like part of the strategy though, just not actually trying to like win the argument, just inundate with points. Maybe that's actually more effective at convincing people. than like actually like refuting or responding to the points properly.
After the ascent.
So we lose this, womp womp. But we can grab it back. And now we can raise it if we wanted. I mean, we could, if we raise it, suddenly we have better settles. But actually, it has an additional resource that it didn't have before. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's fine. It's fine enough. We're going to keep it still. Sucks that we get them unhappy again, but... We must construct the Great Generalist Firewall. Oh no, not the Great Firewall. That's a metaphor for the... Nothing happened in 1989 censorship. Which, by the way, nothing did happen in June of 1989. You can look up when nothing happened, the way in which nothing didn't happen. It is known. Do you think certain later food buildings, like in a hospital, are worth building? Generally, I think if stuff has gold maintenance and it's a food building, it's often not going to be worth building. You'd have to like cross-section the building maintenance, but we did a lengthy video, and I'm assuming that's why you're asking, on how food just falls off really hard. And food is probably worth maybe like a quarter of the value of a gold. And it's maybe worth it at the beginning of the age, like when you get the grocer, but the grocer doesn't cost any gold. But the thing is like, you're already starting to get deep into the age where you're hitting the wall by which marginal food isn't going to be helpful by the time you can build a lot of these food buildings, so generally I think it's not. I think gristmill's okay. Everyone I see playing this game on Deity difficulty, is the game really easy? Yes, the game's really easy. I'm well aware, I think it's cowardly though, it's fair. It's fair, 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 fair. I think this might be the one that ticks us over the edge. Nope, just kidding. Didn't mean it, never meant it. Wow, we still don't have 20... We still don't have that finished out. Wow. And now he's just getting wrecked by the AI, that's cute. Well, I guess here might be a little bit better. We still get the marble either way. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can get in there with the scout though. Let's cancel his movement. We'll take it one step at a time. Just powerless to resist a boat. You could just park one archer in there and you'd be able to defend, but no, the AI doesn't believe in that ish. Do you like having a stream stalker journalist? Not particularly. Just to be as honest as possible with you guys. It's like mildly interesting, like what Mahmoud's doing, but I, in general, as in the aggregate, don't like it. Which probably encourages him, but like just to try and be clear with you guys how I feel about it. Thanks for the answer. You're very welcome. Skullovan's a legitimate chatter. Yeah. Not a bot. Or not bot, but the Russian troll. I suppose. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
My light is great.
But recently, after journalists raised thousands of dollars for Ukraine, a lot of pro-Russian bots have appeared. Or trolls. I do think it's a real person. Because, like, a lot of, and I think a lot of it's just about getting recognition and, like, this type of stuff in terms of the personal amusement on it. Because I think if it was a bot, there's certain things he wouldn't do. Like, say that it's Mahmoud, and just try and keep me going for as long as possible. Right? So the taking credit for things and this type of thing, If it was actually a bot, wouldn't make sense, I don't think. Just like as a general type of thing. I guess in theory we shouldn't have slot that in because we don't want we want the age to continue, but I also don't think we're. Well, I guess maybe we're close to Codex actually. Oh, not like this. I accidentally reset my thing. Yeah, even if it isn't at this point, I've checked on the blog. Yeah. Just interchanging words at this point. Maybe Generalist is just in the right spot of niche versus reach. It's reasonably easy to flood this community with trash. Yeah, maybe. I think the idea might be trying to get me to stop streaming. More so than convincing other people of stuff. Just trying to frustrate and annoy me. I'm not sure exactly what the motivation is. I mean, I guess we could ask Mahmoud, but we also wouldn't trust an answer, so that's maybe kind of an irrelevant thought experiment. God, I can't believe we bricked our own building and then just like cry all the time. This isn't like, we're just not going to get good adjacencies out of some of the wonders we have like available here. I mean, I guess this is a +8, but this, we don't have very good, or actually we do have a good adjacency over, I think eventually we do want to work this tile like forever, so we'll put in our unique building there. But like trying to get the unique building, like get things where like the things are, everything's in the right spot and we want to work those tiles and we feel good about it, it's like really rough. We maybe want this here, but we have a penalty to food if it's not a growing town, so yeah, I do agree that it's not bots. Damn, I gotta go back to streaming in case Mahmoud's goal is bothering is to get me to stop streaming. The motivation to stop you with your little military-industrial complex funding project. Ah! So it is trying to stop me raising money for Ukraine. Alright, thank you. I guess. Incredible. The goal is to stop me from fundraising. It's an interesting one. I guess I would be concerned from their perspective of just like radicalizing me even more. Maybe that's not a concern. Or radicalize isn't the right word, but you guys know what I mean. So we're gonna try and buy a unit out of there immediately, if we can. After we settle this town. We do have, I think, what will be a decent town coming in, so. We have to get inside his territory, like, actively up in his Kool-Aid. We must inquire as to what flavor it is. In order to get all of our bonuses, we have to be in his territory. Really kind of rough on this approach, because we'd rather approach, hunker down here, like, get our units not just being in this weird conga line, and then try and go for it, but I don't know. Gotta live with what's going on. Dude, Giles, probably the motivation boost of a lifetime right now. People are trying to stop you. Now you gotta raise more money. We're planning on raising and sending more money. Kind of just a wild, bit of a wild stream. This one, because normally he kind of like fucks off after the first ban, or after the second. But also, I mean, we could just we could just stream in the morning because he's when he's not awake. Like if we really wanted to avoid the hassle. I guess we buy a chariot out of here. Wow, it spawned on the wrong side. Not like this. I think the age ends pretty soon here either way. We're getting mathematics 2 in 3 turns, so if it lasts 3 turns, we'll get the next era thing in mathematics, and if it doesn't last 3 turns, then we probably don't lose the city, except we did. It's not the end of the world, though. This run is super scuffed, but yeah, I guess like it is what it is. We're gonna come here, and then we're gonna settle, and then we're gonna buy a unit. Actually, we're gonna buy... Nope, yep, we're gonna buy a granary. And then we can work... this to lock in... Well, I think cotton disappears next stage. It really doesn't matter because I don't think we're continuing this run, but... Oh no, I may not have done willingly. I'm a bot. No. No. What a world. I mean, he did impersonate you once. That's like a really stupid strategy though, considering you're a mod, so you'll know which comments you didn't type. I wonder if we could bait him into coming back even more. I bet he's not gonna leave. Oh no, he's gonna keep coming back. What will we do? Probably just stop raising money for Ukraine. That's the only thing we can do. If this guy keeps commenting negative things. We'll just stop believing that Putin is massacring people in a completely unnecessary way if this guy keeps commenting. Because that's the truth. That will cause us to really be like, you know what? Putin's right. It's interesting though, I think I've come away from the Fine Crisis invitation with a more open mind. Like in the future, when someone is saying some crazy shit, I'm not gonna get mad, but instead just consider it maybe argue with a bot / troll. Yeah, I mean like... So to be fair, like, to whatever extent, like, this entire situation's interesting. Like, getting paid to do that is just, like, such a weird vibe. Because, like, he's getting paid to try and annoy me as much as possible, I think. Well, he said it was trying to try and get me to stop, which, okay, we might not believe him anyways, but if that's the goal...
When falls the Colosseum, the warriors' blood flowed like water and gathered in the
If the goal is to try and get me to stop, right, then womp womp. We actually, so if we really wanted to get a better execution on our thing, oh, we do get a golden. If we wanted to get a better execution on our age, oh, we messed up. We only need one more tile to get the... So I think we could actually even reload to last turn and also figure out how to get triple gold in here, with the main idea being we prevent ourselves from finishing the wonders so we don't next age immediately, and then with one more turn we would have had this scientific legacy, or so, not triple golden, and if we had done this to instead of work this but rather work this, we would have been able to golden in economics as well. But I think, well, I guess we'll save the game now. But we're not coming back to this. I don't think. I think not that much ahead of it. Muhammad out here teaching a discretionary tolerance and collateral damage. Yeah, pretty young, lots to learn. Random troll is how I learn it. Let it be. Yeah. No, I'm with you. No, this has been like definitely an interesting one. I think it's like crazy that I would be worth targeting, which is like kind of why I think it's just like someone who just doesn't like me for whatever reason. But also like just super amplified in terms of frequency after the Ukraine stream. None of this matters. We're about to end the age. Unless we can grow... unless we could grow... It's not gonna matter. Like, if we could grow an area, then we can make it matter. Kind of weird to, like, lose this in the next age. I am actually curious what happens to this in the next age, so I think we'll just go into the next age and see what's up. So we'll end the turn. I always learn something on General Stream. That's always good. I mean, we got a lot of people here. We could run a poll. How many people are amused by the mama thing, I guess. Oh, we accidentally exited out of our YouTube tab. Not the restream tab, so we still see everything, but... That's wild as all hell, though. But in order to do a YouTube poll, we have to... We're gonna ask the YouTube chat. Sorry, Twitch. Actually, is there enough people on Twitch? We had the big raid earlier. Maybe we ask the Twitch viewers too. Let's do a straw poll. But we'll also plug, definitely, the charity. What do we think of engaging / dealing with the troll? It's entertaining, indifferent. I wonder if I actually made them leave just by mocking them, in terms of like, that they think that they're gonna make me stop, but probably not. Okay, so we'll make a poll. I'm always curious what people think, and then we'll put it on to everyone. Oh no, did I miss one? You missed a huge... You missed, like, him coming back, like, 8 times. 8... Yeah, you missed, like, the most he's ever come back ever. So, yeah, like, in terms of, like, missing it, if you wanted to see the troll event, this was, like... other than the actual, like, I suppose it makes it so it's harder for me to have more reach, and to that extent it's like a negative thing. So... Oh, sorry. We were trying to pull up a more age-appropriate... So it looks like you guys generally dislike the troll, which is... fair enough. I mean, every time he comes in, it also reminds me to plug the charity, though, so I guess that's something. Rewinding to watch the chat log on the video stream? Yeah. I'll be honest, I got more entertainment for the stream than I bargained for. It says Ultra Weed. Now using a user profile picture. Press X to sus. We must investigate Ultra Weed. No, looks like this one checks out. Not an impersonator. Mahmoud about to put 80 votes on the pool. Yeah, I mean, like, this is fair. I expect if he's here, he's gonna vote. But I dislike it that them here in order to decrease the degree to which I'm, like, willing to continue. That's, like, wild as hell if there's, like, if the Russian government is paying someone to try and decrease my motivation. And someone innocent got banned. That's also true. That's also true. How many? What's the? How many innocents are we okay with getting banned? It's all about that. Ah, Lord Cognito. Not like this. Not like this. Tarkus is getting slow. Figures slow. Doesn't have the full speed. It was fine for the Ukraine stream, but outside of that, it's not as constructive. No, I agree. I'm also not engaging him as much as Tarkus was this time. But that's fair. At that point, you got 8 active viewers and 50 Mahmoods. Yeah. How many Mahmoods is Blue Moon worth? True. The needs of the many. Alright, it looks like this is about where you guys are at, though. Which is to say, there's 100 of you, so you guys don't have that strong an opinion, I think. We're both paying attention to my cat. Shame on you. This guy was trying to get us to throw up Nazi-adjacent nomenclature. He didn't get us, though. But he started before we did the Ukraine thing. Maybe it's actually been since the last year's Ukraine thing. That's wild as hell. I'm still inclined to think that it's just someone with too much time on their hand that can make a bunch of YouTube accounts. I don't know. It's so hard to believe that it's worth, like, the Russian government's time to pay someone to troll me. How much is the charity raise? Oh, right you are. Let's talk about that. So we are raising money for... Hold up. We are raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. This is a charity that gives non-lethal military equipment to the people fighting on the front line in Ukraine. If you want to go and you're on the YouTube, you need to go over to my Twitch account. We are raising the money through the Twitch. And so what you will need to do is go over to... Here, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up with the sound. No, echo. No, not like this. Terrible. But down here in the right corner, there is this donate to charity button, and we'll be able to see just how much money we've raised is behind my big fat head. But I assure you, there is one down to the right here. And if we click donate to charity, we can see that we've raised so far $2,759 for the Ukraine Defense Fund. Again, giving military equipment to those fighting on the front lines because they're about to lose a lot of funding on that, which is one of the reasons why we're raising money. And so this is what we're doing. You guys may not like Mahmoud, but we do like getting money to Ukraine. So that's kind of what's going on with that. Let's pull our chat back up. Evening. Hey, The Last Dog. How's it going? The Last Dog instant sus. You're walking into dangerous territory, The Last Dog. Yeah, I had an argument with Russia in a Battlefield 1 chat. How'd that go? Did someone we heard a baboop? Hey, tea time. Thank you for the $50. Oh, big nice. It's late, so I can't be loud. Thank you so very much. So very much appreciated. It's going to a good cause. Tarkus, thank you for the 25 as well. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so very much. Also, thank you for dealing with the troll while I tried to conclude / work my way, waddle my way through the run. $50 is a lot, though. Thank you so very much. You know, if ever, yeah, have to try to get Ukraine some money. It's what we're trying to do it. The Russian government can simply indoctrinate their citizens so they troll them online for free. Yeah, this could also be it. I think that this would be fairly common. I don't think we've played Abbasid yet. do think that they look reasonably strong, but we were curious what happens to the city-state that was taken over. So very much appreciated, though, on the 50 and the 25. Tea time, 77, 44, and Tarkus. Abbasids are amazing. They look pretty solid. I think that, so generally the buildings that aren't as good are the food buildings, and so like, you have decent adjacencies. I think you can build this thing anyway, so I think like having this is pretty strong. We don't know what the Elim do, so that could be pretty strong as well. But you know, as we get in, let's see what happened to them. So they are completely removed from the map. So we have an excellent settle up there in terms of what's left remaining on the map, and we have a decent amount of stuff taken. We of course didn't swap our mementos because we're not actually planning on playing here, but let's peel off a turn and see if a city-state pops there. So, because the city-states do appear after you do that, and we see that no, a city-state does not pop up here. So, in theory, if we were continuing this run, we'd want to settle somewhere where we get to hit the whales, probably, or the fish. I think we can only hit one. I think here hits the whales, the ivory, all this type of stuff. Ayo. Targets, thank you for the thank you for the $51. Big dice. Much appreciated. One-upping the other guy. Can't let someone else have the biggest donation, brother. Can't let that happen. I know how you feel with that one. We got we had like one really big donation, actually a couple really big donations during the like Ukraine stream itself. Donated cheeky 51. This is body armor. That's what that is. That's so a Ukrainian can get shot in the chest and not die. Basically. Funding a war? Yeah, funding a war that was started by Putin. But, did Tarkus ban him already? Damn. So fast. Or do we not have the live stream working? Yeah, he banned him that fast. We do like to see it. We didn't even get to look at his profile. Tarkus was that fast. But yeah, we'll have to maybe talk to YouTube about this. Maybe there is something that gets done. But we peeled off a turn. Let's take a quick look at Abbasids. And to be fair, just a point that I think is worth making here. To those of you who dislike the troll guy popping up at the stream, I think there's a very worthwhile point. To whatever degree you're annoyed by the Russian troll kind of messing with your vibe and your day, just know that the Ukrainians are having way more of a tension headache over that type of thing. But we get a lot of adjacencies here on this. What's the quarter give? Why don't we just take it? Because we haven't played the Abbasids. We'd be more than happy to play the Abbasids. Just not today. So, 30 gold for each rural population in the city when you create a specialist. That seems pretty good. Scales by game speed. Seems like it's a decent chunk of gold. That's like 1 to 2 turns of gold, maybe, early on, and then afterwards it falls off. Production towards House of Wisdom, which is one of the better wonders, I think. Us having access to it earlier is going to be good. Receive +1 combat strength for every urban population in the settlement. Really good for defense. We don't know what the LMs give, so this can be hit or miss. Shalom says Eric cuts for the win. I suspect you are likely. Considering Mahmoud keeps coming back with an account that is 1 year old with 0 chats otherwise, you are... What's the strategy here? You're trying to get me to ban you just because you say shalom? Molt45, thank you so very much for the $52 raised for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. The money will go to help Ukrainians fighting on the front lines. We are raising money. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Science and Gold. This is broken. Tark eats at midnight. Pog. Yeah, Tarkus got owned. I think we'll allow the Shalom, even though we're like 90% sure it's Mahmoud. With the 1 year old account that's never chatted before. The bringing up something related to Israel is the classic go-to for the troll that has been trolling our chat. Okay, so let's look a little bit at the opposite civics. Someone gave 52. Oh, okay, I give 53, but I'm not actually very rich. Yeah, no, Tarkus is on that YouTube money, which is not a lot of YouTube money. Until it is a lot of YouTube money. It's a very variable amount of money. But I gave, like, it hurt, but I gave, like, all my YouTube earnings from January. I have, like, a little, that's, like, 60 or 70% of my income. Probably closer to 70. Food on science buildings. This is nice early on. Production towards constructing buildings with at least 8 urban population. That looks very strong as well. What? I did chat here before? Eric? You've not chat messages in the past year. When I look it up, there's no chat. When I click on your profile, click on channel activity, there's nothing. It doesn't load anything. But also, like, Shalom's not offensive, nor is it directly starting an argument. Oh, did we close our restream? Not like this. But we want to look at the other stuff. It's not a lot, except some months it is a lot. But what I give translates to 110 Canadian, which is okay, but another 75 Canadian or so, which is 53. But to give another 75? I don't know about that. Yeah, bridge too far, I understand. Thank you so very much, Molt45, as well. I feel like I recognize the name Eric. Oh, wait. They got bopped. Eric Cuts, if you are a legitimate account, please ping me on Discord. And I'll figure it out with Tarkus. Because I'm actually not sure how to unban people. But, you know, that's like that's the thing I'm really concerned with generally, is just like banning someone who's not ban worthy, but I'm like 90% sure that was Mahmoud. You already got him? Yeah. It's the same old MO with like a relatively young account, 0 activity on the channel. Okay, take a look. So normal type of adjacency situation, +2 happiness on resources and settlements with a temple? Bruh, that's like +10 happiness. Earn science equal to 25% of trade income. Okay. Skirmish ability. +3 science golden science for each resources assigned to cities with at least 8 urban population. That seems very doable. But you have to... Your pop's not going to be that high. Something. I do remember Ericuts. She was like, I am not a man or something a while ago to you. So actually give it another chance. Suspiciously in the exact same stream as Mahmoud, IRC. Yeah. Your judgment's impaired as you are hungry. No, the... I don't know if Eric Cuts, if you just came up and you're... Oh, no, wait. I remember now. No, yeah, I think that was, like, with the whole Mahmoud thing, and, yeah. That wasn't the other, like, woman that Mahmoud was impersonating. Sabine. Which, like, same MO. Every time. Just cause as massive an argument as possible. 15% science in cities with at least 8 urban population, just no matter what, and then 4 science in towns on that. And I think you have so many cities that end up having, well, I guess it's actually kind of hard to have 8, or no, it's not hard to have 8 urban population, you just need to build buildings. Yeah. This actually does, these guys do look incredibly strong. Let's go to the main menu and think through who's probably the strongest. We've been thinking a lot more about the Ancient Age in terms of who's best. But let's take a look at the Exploration Age. Just real quick. So we were just looking at the Abbasid. They look pretty good. I think Aircuts is legit, but Generalist be the final judge. I'm gonna go eat now. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I'm so lost. So, Aircuts. Apologies if you are not the troll that has been repeatedly making accounts for the last like hour and a half, and come by with like 10 accounts and immediately tries to start an argument as someone new. Generally, it's the same idea, is that they haven't chatted before, except you have chatted before. I don't know why it doesn't show up when I look at your thing. Unless you're an impersonation account of Eric Cuts, which is possible, I suppose. The impersonating other chatters, and just generally trying to start massive arguments, specifically, according to them, they're also a Russian troll who gets paid to do it to disincentivize us from raising money for Ukraine. So, just to catch you up to speed to some degree on that, that's what the concern is, and that's why the ban... Tarkus is a little bit quick on the ban trigger. You missed a lot in the past couple hours, yeah. Okay. Chola seems kind of good in a like weird way. Kind of really like their Kalam, but overall, maybe... I mean, it gives a lot of flexibility. I think it's pretty strong in terms of the combat, and having happiness and gold building, unique buildings, is pretty good. I think they have some stuff that give them quite a bit of gold, and so that plays pretty well in terms of their cards. Hawaii, I haven't played yet, but apparently is really strong. So we have to... Chola are strong. Yeah. That was kind of the impression I was getting. I played Chola twice now. I haven't played Hawaii. Some people super swear by Hawaii. You can get an enormous amount of culture in boat towns, but the boat towns in general seem like not what you want to be doing anyways, so I don't really know how to evaluate this. But you have a unique building here that gives food and production. Adjacent farms receive +1 culture, except you don't want to be building farms, so I don't really know how good these guys will end up being, but I'm assuming they're fairly solid. Inca seem unplayable. Just very food oriented, and conditional, and I think you don't want to be. I think you don't want to be doing that, especially in the second age. I think you want to be snagging your resources, getting some production, and then going specialists once you're in the second age, really. And so I don't think Inca played pretty well. Maja Pahit, we have played them. We get culture and happiness, unique buildings, and the quarter gives you a relic. It's basically impossible to miss on relics, which is nice. So you will basically always golden and culture. Extra specialist limit also makes it pretty easy when you get your first few growths to make sure that you do get the full golden in science, but I remember thinking, I mean, we did kind of work as them, but I remember there were some like happiness cards. I have a hard time remembering exactly what they have going on. Probably medium-ish. Nothing that I can recall seemed like too insane about them, although I felt like we popped off really hard on that run. Probably just solid, I don't know. Hawaii's good if you got water. I swear by Mahajapit. They're your favorite civ for exploration? Interesting. I think if you want a quad golden, we haven't played them yet, but I think Songhai is probably best. But maybe not, I don't know. They definitely seem at least solid. Ming we played initially. Minus science per turn per each social policy, but 50% science in the capital. I really don't know how well that plays. If you grow the capital really big, it's going to be nice. Plus 100 gold when create road. It's not that great, because you don't really want to use them to create roads. Haven't played Mongolia yet. The AI with the units kind of dusted us up a little bit, and +1 towards non-sufficient orbis for conquered settlements. That's like a pretty easy, it's pretty easy to golden that, so that's not really that big a deal. Restores movement to any Mongol unit at its location. That's a very interesting thing. +5, pretty solid, and I think that as you start to enter the exploration age, these improvements tend to get a lot better. Because you have more opportunities to build multiple of them, and it looks like this you could just stack them in your city. Normans seem pretty strong. If I recall correctly, Normans have like an overbuild mechanic, of some kind. Their unit is OP for warring. Just ride through. That makes sense. I mean, we were hemorrhaging a ton of troops against Mongolia. Normans have, I think, a social policy that was really good because every time you get a cultural thing, it gives you free construction in your cities or something like this, if I recall correctly, and that seemed really strong. The Donjon giving a free Chevalier, also strong, because you will get a solid amount of units going for, the Bailey plus the Moat. So I think this is pretty good. Receiving medieval walls inside your newly found towns is kind of a bit interesting, but I don't think it's overall that important. Land adjacent to coast, get +5 combat strength. Don't really like the conditional combat strength. I think it's generally a little bit rough. Shawnee have an insane card that gives like +2 production on like tundra and plains tiles or something like this, which ends up being an enormous portion of your tiles. Really scales well. Just extra 2 prod is pretty strong. I don't know what to make of the food bonus / penalty. They're going to be slightly better when you have a river. And their unique unit is probably the strongest in this age. I don't really like the Scout that much, but the presence of the really strong card maybe just makes Shawnee pretty solid. Songhai, in particular, seems good for generating money. We don't know Tajiro. In terms of what you can roll with the Tajiro. Oh no, wait, this is a merchant, just kidding. Resource from forest settlement. We carry thing, get 100 gold if this is a trade route with at least one navigable river. That's pretty solid. The fact, though, is I think currently, unless they rebalance, which I think they're rebalancing tomorrow, so this is going to change. Unless they rebalance, the hardest legacy path to get a golden age in the exploration age is the economic one, because often you will end up goldening in all the other sections faster than you can get 30 treasure fleet points. Songhai, if you are adjacent to navigable rivers, you will generate treasure fleet in your home territory, which on cities that are adjacent to navigable rivers, which and I think you just generate one treasure fleet, but I think that this is probably significant. And then this is pretty good. The Caravaneri, I think, is one of the better ones of these. Just +5 gold, and then adjacency for navigable rivers and resources. And you can put multiple ones down, but they have to be in desert and plains. That seems like really strong. And then Spain. I think that this is also really insane, especially if you do something like weird or tall in the first stage, and then you decide to go and have a bunch of extra settlements. The Plaza, giving +2 gold for every settlement in distant lands. You get 10 in distant lands. +20 gold per turn just seems absolutely bananas. We played Spain in one of our very early ones. Also 15% gold towards converting a town into a city, or +30 in distant lands. Also seems quite strong. Or it seems like something that's never going to be bad. And we hadn't really looked at what conquistadors and what those come out, because this was one of our early runs. But why don't we just take a quick look at Spain? I do think that Spain is one of the better ones. They look pretty on the map. The Songhai or Spain? We'll take a quick look at their cultural cards, because I don't think I was able to really evaluate how good policy cards, or traditions rather, were early on. Yeah, I guess Aircuts was a real chatter, because they just said that they were lost, they got the explanation, they didn't say anything else. What the troller guy was doing was just constantly trying to just dominate the chat. So we roll our dear Machiavelli. But we'll take a quick look at the Spanish civics. So combat strength for units in distant lands, kind of medium. +1 movement to treasure fleets. This is actually pretty good, considering what we were saying with the Songhai, where the major hitch is often your ability to get enough treasure fleets. Although I think generating them is better than getting movement by a considerable margin. 2 gold to each resource. This is strong. +10% food and production in settlements in distant lands. Also strong. +1 settlement limit. Just kind of standard that a lot of these guys have +1 settlement limit. Some have 2. Persia had 2. Fleet commanders receive the flotilla promotion. That's kind of okay. Production towards naval units minus maintenance. Man. And all land units receive +2 movement when embarked. Not that strong. It does allow you to settle faster. Actually, towards the end of the age, this is actually really nice, because if you're moving around a combination of settlers and missionaries are land units. So +2 movement on the water for the missionaries. You build in your home territory to be able to convert this type of thing, to be able to finish some of your either your non-sufficient Orbis points by converting. Pretty strong. So yeah, distinct lack of antagonizing, basically. That's my conclusion. Or Mahmud's evolving. I love how this all came because journalists interpreted Shalom as antagonism. The Mahmud loves opening with something about either like the Jewish-Palestine conflict, and I think that is because that's probably the easiest thing to open with to start an argument on the internet. Especially if they're trying to get the rest of chat to argue with each other or with them or this type of thing. And I suppose that's how, to whatever extent they have an objective, whether or not they are actually a Russian troll or not, if you engage and like devolve into like chat tearing its own head off, then that's how they win, I guess. Something like this. I certainly imagine a world where was a bait to spark a beam, RE banning over it. That's also maybe true. Someone trying to get themselves banned when they're not a bad actor, something like that. But in particular, it seems pretty easy to get most of these in the Second Age. I think the Second Age is probably, well, No, it's probably the second hardest to quad golden. I think the final age is trivial to quad golden because you'll be so far ahead if you play well. The AI is really tends to like just not be an agent at all in the modern age, which is a bit unfortunate. But I think we kind of did the thing. I think we're gonna wrap things up now. So we're gonna see on Twitch, since we do have some of Resorty's viewers who, for those of you who are here from Resorty's stream from the raid, and you're used to something a lot more wholesome than arguing in trolls and all this type of stuff, I apologize if that's not what you wanted to see. But I also assume if you've made it this far that maybe you're okay with it. I don't know. So, we will see if anyone is streaming Civ that we are interested in raiding, something like this. Of course, the problem is there's so many people streaming Civ. Who do we raid? Let's raid someone with less viewers but still has a camera. This guy said he's streaming until he can't stream anymore. Interesting. So, we don't know anything about him. He's got one viewer, so he'll probably enjoy getting a bit more. He's got a camera. I am assuming he's reading chat and can talk this type of stuff. And so, we'll send you guys on over. And then we will also link for those of you who want to stick with the Twitch chatters that are on YouTube, we will link it to you as well. Are you going to play the next stage, or are you going to call it a day? No, we're going to call it a day. I don't think we're going to continue that run. We've been kind of just playing one single age each session. Yeah. If you don't play Carthage tomorrow, we're definitely playing Carthage tomorrow. That's what we're doing tomorrow. That's the plan for tomorrow. That's all we're doing. There will be consequences. The consequences are already had. Carthage already fell. It was salted. The tragedy will never end.